The lessons taught by our teachers can never be forgotten. They built the foundation for our moral values and nurtured us with their love and care, and we truly adore and respect them for what we are here today. So they've always challenged us to work hard and do the best in life. So let's all thank our teachers for making our life perfect and better, and we will always remember them. And on this note, ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Coimbatore, the Cotton City and the Manchester of South India, we are going to deliberate, focus on the need and timely support of retaining and distribution for the Indian steel industry. The conference will also highlight the status of Steel Service Center, the future prospects, the importance and the need of digitization. And all thanks, can we have a round of applause for the out-of-box thinking and untiring efforts by the very talented, vibrant and enthusiastic Ms. Monica Bachchan, whose passion for the topic that are most relevant for today's time and well known and well appreciated. So thank you so much, Monica ma'am, for being so courageous and always bringing up the challenging topics to the forefront. So now, and also I would like to thank each and everybody here for taking your time out of your busy schedule and gracing your glorious presence on this momentous occasion. So we have a lot of you traveling from different parts of the cities, different states and different walks of life. Once again, we extend you a warmest welcome. So without further ado, I request Ms. Monica Bachchan, the founder, CEO and the entrepreneur of Metalogic Project Management Services, to extend the warmest welcome to our distinguished dignitaries onto the dais by presenting them a bouquet. So first and foremost, I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to honor Mr. Ajit Kumar Saxena, CMD Mecon Limited. Sir, we would like to extend the warmest welcome. Can we have a round of applause? Warmest welcome, sir. And we also have on the dais Mr. Sharad Mahendra, CEO, Coated Steel Products. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Metalogic PMS is a startup launched in 2017 with a mission to provide metalogic or decision-making logical support to the Indian and international steel and mining industry. Metalogic PMS is also proud to be the industry's early morning news provider for over 6 years, covering areas like steel, mining, automobile, cement and infrastructure. Metalogic PMS also brings a collection of basic prices of commodities and an update on congestion at major Indian ports every morning. Metalogic PMS will be introducing a wide range of project management services in the near future, which are designed with the help of experienced mentors from both PSUs and private organizations, along with professionals from sectors like automobile, infra and information. So continuing the regional program series, Metalogic PMS here at Coimbatore, Tamil Nadu, to discuss, deliberate and meet the downstream industries of this region. So now I request Ms. Monica Bachchan, founder CEO, Metalogic PMS, to please join us on the dais to deliver the welcome note and to set the theme for the conference. Over to you, ma'am.
My warm welcome to Mr. Sharad Mahendra, CEO, JSW Coated Products, Mr. Ajit Kumar Saxena, CMD Mecon Limited. Vanakkam Coimbatore, the Manchester of South India, the city known for temples, festivals and celebration of art. There couldn't be a better location to host this conference come exhibition due to the state's growing capabilities, be in terms of sharply rising industrial activities or in tourism. I am Monica Bachchan, founder of CEO of Metalogic PMS, and it is my privilege to welcome you all in this conference and exhibition, JSW Steel Coated Products on engineering, roofing and downstream industries powered by Steel House and co-powered by MetPro. Today is a golden opportunity for all of us, and I'm thankful to each one of you to have gathered here from far states and different walks of lives, steel manufacturers, engineered product makers, steel service centers, roof makers, pipe makers, steel fabricators, auto component manufacturers, technology providers. We have investors, senior speakers, delegates, exhibitor, professors, students, and all participants from the media, ladies and gentlemen, to discuss, deliberate, and meet the downstream industries of the country. The conference will address the current scenario and growth prospect of the steel and service industry, while the exhibition will help the producers and manufacturers to showcase their products and services to attract new clients and businesses. So what to expect today? After the inaugural or opening session, we will be having session 1, where we will be throwing a light on unlocking opportunity for downstream sector by discussing important and strength of downstream industries, the steel requirements, import substitutions. The session will be chaired by Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal, MD Triveni Steel, and myself will join as a co-moderator, and we will be having our panelist, Mr. KV Karthik, President, he's a MD and CEO of Coimbatore Industrial Infrastructure Association. We will be having Mr. BC Datta from Ola Electric, Mr. Rochan Gupta from Ronak Steels Trading. In session 2, we will be discussing on enhancing domestic steel consumption through regionalization by connecting MSMEs and steel manufacturers, last mile connectivities in all cities, then controlling market fluctuation prices with the help of large steel makers and financial support. The session will be chaired by Mr. Narendra Kamath, COO of Tata Capital, and again we will be having our co-panelist Mr. SK Pradhan, CMO JSP Group, Mr. Wilson Purthy, Chief of Marketing Tata Steel, Mr. G. Arun from AMNS India. After this, we will be having a very special session which will be hosted by M6 India by Mr. Chitranjan Rege. We will be having certain demonstration sessions, and in session 3, we will be highlighting the need of building infrastructure through advanced techniques by discussing innovation in design and construction. The session will be chaired by Mr. R.V. Sridhar. He is a CEO, Downstream Business JSP Group, and his panelist would be Mr. Zacharya George, former scientist, CSIR and principal structural consultant at Pithavadia and Partners. We will also be having Mr. E. Suresh Raj from Tata BlueScope. All the sessions will give our audience a chance to ask questions from the panelists and get their valuable insight to their queries. Now, coming to my favorite part, expressing my gratitude and welcoming all our sponsors and exhibitors as their integral part of this event and has made this event possible. Our platinum sponsor, JSW Steel Coated Product, our powered by partner Steel House, co-powered by MedPro, lunch sponsored by Jindal Steel and Power, gold sponsor Ronak Steel, and Tata Capital, lanyard sponsor MPL Steel Pipes. Our exhibitors, Jindal India, MPL Steel and Pipes, Blue Sky, Triveni Steel, Pragya, Tata BlueScope, A1 Gold, Tata Steel, Nirmal Texim, JSPL, ARS, TMT Bars, Nav Bharat Mart, Bharat Steel, MedPro, Ronak Steel again, and Tata Capital, our exchange partner M6 India. I'd like to also welcome our support association and international chambers. With this, I would like to end my speech, and I would like to call my colleague Rajat Kaushik to give a brief view of Tamil Nadu as a business hub of India. Thank you so much.
A very good morning to all of you. Myself Rajat Kaushik, and I am market analyst at Metalogic PMS. It is such an honor to present in front of such a distinguished audience and share the stage with industrial giants, I would say. I would like to express my gratitude to Ms. Monica Bachchan, our CEO, as she has given me this opportunity. Now in the next few slides, I would like to highlight the fact that why we chose Coimbatore or Tamil Nadu as the prime location for this expo. So, the state is the second largest economy, third largest exporting state, and accounts for almost 9% of Indian total export. The state also contributes 9-10% in country's GDP and has the ambition vision of reaching USD 1 trillion economy by 2030. Gross state domestic product of the state is growing at a CAGR of 8.19%, while India's GSDP is growing at 7.2. State's inflation index is also valued better at 5.97% against India's 8.28%. In terms of per capita income, Tamil Nadu is higher and is valued at 1,67,000 per annum against India's 98,374. While all these stats, the state's economy is also growing at the CAGR of 13.7%. Another highlighting point is that the state is home to the highest manufacturing units, recorded at 38,837, due to which its contribution to manufacturing GDP is around 11%. With such giant number of manufacturing units, the state's warehousing capacity, freights operation, and logistics are at excellent level. In renewable sector, the state is well ahead of others. Renewable energy capacity is recorded at 16 gigawatts, while the wind power is recorded at 8 gigawatts, which is much higher than the other states. So, how many industries are operating in this state, but with such an ease? This was possible because of the regular government support, robust policies, which nourishes and attracts manufacturing sector in the state. Among various, few includes incentives by the government to industries based on sector, geography, investment, and employment opportunities they are willing to offer. The R&D policy by the government helps in nurturing innovation in the state. Policy for recycling products helps in catalyzing the downstream sector by making it easier to availability of raw materials. As the state is best ranked for automobile sector and renewable energy, the EV ecosystem in the state is one of the best. There are 6 states which offers the best ecosystem for the EV sector: Chennai, Coimbatore, Tiruchirappalli, Madurai, Salem, and Tirunelveli. Due to presence of these 6 cities offering best ecosystem, the state is also known as the EV manufacturing hub of India. The state also has export cell, which helps in export intelligence, facilitation, and outreach. Subsidy program is also being offered by the government to MSME sector, which helps in availing the loan easier at lower interest rates. So, in terms of performance, these are the sectors and the rank of the sectors. So, automobiles and auto component manufacturing is ranked as first, machinery is second, fabricated metal product is third. This is the invested capital in these sectors and the Tamil Nadu's share in overall capital investment in the country. And in addition, through various investment conclaves, the state has attracted around 1.67 lakh crores of investment through the 86 MOUs. So this is clear that steel demand from these sectors is expected to grow multifolds. Rail coach factory expansion, steel demand from defense sector is also expected to boost in coming few years. And along with these statistics, I would like to call my CEO, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to give you the clear scenario of steel industries operating in this state. Please, ma'am.
It is a known fact that India has the best steel producers in the world. We are next to China in crude steel production and produced about 126 million tons of crude steel, 122 million tons of finished steel and output, out of which 119 million tons was consumed in financial year 23. This is one of the best period also for steel consumption. If you see in October, the steel industry has sold the maximum volumes. And it is expected that the steel industry will go well in terms of domestic sales in the next 6 months. So again, the downstream industry and the domestic consumption is playing a vital role here.
When people were not confident what will happen, energy crisis, Russia-Ukraine war, everything. But I can tell you that India as such, I think Ajit ji will also agree because we have been working very, very closely together in our expansion plans. His contribution also has been immense, that India is the story in terms of insulated of the much, to a very large extent I will say, not totally to the external factors. It is basically the local Indian demand. And also now the world, the way world has started seeing towards India. We have been seeing last 25, 30 years when people used to say China, entire world used to look towards China. Then maybe 2 years back it started and now people are saying China plus one. And what is that one? That one is India. That world is looking towards. But I have wanted to add, I have been saying this, it is going to be China plus one minus China for the world. It is only going to be the India. And it is not just a statement. These are backed with fundamental numbers, working which has been done by our team and what world is looking for. Our team keeps traveling. We are the largest exporter also. And not only steel, but in general. And entire, not only steel, in general, whether service sector, we all know what India is catering to the world. In manufacturing also. But here, where your role also becomes very important. If you see at times people say that Indian steel mills are exporting. It is that we have a demand, sufficient demand to take care of the local requirement and the capacity expansion the way it is happening. That maybe in next 5 years time or by 2030 India will be 300 million ton plus capacity. And we at JSW only presently at 28.5 million will be 38 million next year only. That's 10 million ton capacity addition happening. But when we do that, what capacity we are adding, we are seeing that what China is doing. Why China product? Everything is China. You see India multiply by 10 times most of the things we find China is. Why? It is the amount of steel export is not, it's high, but not very significant of what China produces. If China is ballpark number of 900 or 1000 million tons, what they are doing, 60-70 million tons of export, which is very less as compared to what they are producing. It is the engineered exports, engineered goods export what China is doing to the rest of the world. That is where we call the downstream unit. Today, please don't take me otherwise, but when I talk downstream business, when what you are doing, sir, I am putting up a service center. Service center, majority of the cases, few are who are looking outside, other than that also, gets limited to cut to length, slitting line, profiling line. That's all, or bending or those things. Beyond that, we are not listening. We are not even thinking. Few have entered into solar, but that is also a kind of a profiling only. Beyond that, there are huge opportunities of downstream business service centers. I personally visited a lot of service centers, especially in last 7-8 months, visited the largest service center of Spain, which is in Barcelona, and what I saw that what they are doing was, to be very honest, I cannot blame you, it was an eye-opener for me also. The kind of things they were doing, the steel usage, what they are doing, the kind of steel they were getting. So we also came back after that, about 8 months back, that we have to set up a line. We have decided on product range, but India, when we found out that processing facility for that kind of steel is zero. So I said, even if I make the steel, it cannot be processed. And the usage when I saw in Europe was phenomenal. If I say that if I have to produce a 8 millimeter or a 10 millimeter or a 6 millimeter galvanized for profiling and other applications, there is processing capability is not there in India. So we said, okay, let us now focus on downstream, interact with the processing facilities, understand, finalize their expansion plans, and then we will also set up. And for that, Within this year, we at JSW are going to have a mega event, a one full day event, only with you all at a national level, in which we will be showcasing what is happening in the world. We will be calling the big service center processing people from outside India, from European market, from US, what is happening in Japan, what are the opportunities? Opportunities are unlimited. So friends, I think now the time is that we have to look beyond, because the most important thing, you people role, it is, maybe I'm sitting here, I'm praising you all, but practically I'll tell you how important your role is. For steel mills and customer, you are in between a conduit. Steel mill with a capacity of 20 million or 15 million ton in a location, I have to produce and evacuate. I cannot do processing, I cannot do storage. What customer wants? There is a huge gap. Customer want, no, I want on a particular day, particular cut size, particular SKU at a particular shift, particular time, particular day. So that is where I move the material, it comes to you all. And you are, so benefit to the customer, deal is there. And then how much is the processing capacity in India? I think it is total put together not more than 13 or 14 million tons of capacity is their service center capacity. So where the material will get processed? When I am saying that growth is happening at the rate of 12%. Last year also the growth was more than 10, 11%. This year also 12%, last year 12 plus. This year also it is going to be a surprise figure, the way things are. And we are not keen for export. I will be happy that if you people take steel, buy in India, make a product and export. So for that also we are going to have the exposure session is what we are saying, that people get to know that what are the opportunities. क्योंकि China, what China ने world को दिया है, maybe about 12, 13 years back, there was a puja, big puja going on in our Vijayanagar plant. Chairman was also sitting, Mr. Jindal. And then Pandit was also there. We all were sitting. वो मौली बांधा जाता है, तो वो एक उसने मौली निकाली एक डिब्बी में से. He saw that made in China. हाथ का मौली made in China. It was thrown. No, I want Indian only. So this is how we have to see also. Lot of opportunities. Like today, we have entered into a new business. I am not going to talk on that. But for that, the accessories which are required, okay, they are made of stainless steel. But I am 100% I am importing. I cannot make the product because in India no one makes that. Which are the, आप लोगों के घरों में भी होगा, modular kitchens are there. Modular kitchens के अंदर का fittings अगर आप देखें, Bloom का fitting and others which come from Austria or Belgium or Germany, no one in India makes. I was surprised. Then I was not left with any choice. With very heavy heart, I have imported. So there are huge opportunities which are there. I think we need to have a more focused and a more detailed discussion, and we at JSW are going to put up, last time also in one of the events I have said, but nothing much has happened after that. But I think we are going to have a focused team interacting individually with you all, whoever is interested, to present various alternates of like renewable energy sector, fast growing sector. Everyone put the investment in the fixed tilt structures. Now the market has moved to all tracker tubes, torque tubes. For that the technology is different. So I think there are many such areas which we need to focus, and I am really happy that we all are here today, and I will like to definitely for some time when I am here maybe take individual views also. But thank you once again. And from our side, we have our team from JSW also, Mr. Ashraf Ali, who has taken charge and started from this nice place of Coimbatore. His charge, he is the South India head who has been with us. So he will be there also interacting with you. Mr. Uday also, who takes care of the distribution network for the coated business. So thank you, friends. Thank you very much. And I'll be happy to maybe answer anything you want. Anything else is there. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing your valuable insights. So now we have our special guest, coming for all of you and presenting the special address. So can we all put our hands together and welcome Mr. Ajit Kumar Saxena, CMD Mecon Limited, to give a special address on engineering and steel with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. Today on the Teachers' Day, I think the exhibition which was shown by Metalogic, it was really eye-opener. Working for so many years in the steel industry, perhaps this was the aspect, that last mile connectivity which is being shown in the exhibition. It was really an eye-opener. The different kind of applications. I must congratulate organizers, and I also must congratulate those who have organized this, people who have worked on these stalls. It was really, really good. The kind of application, like one of the profiles, Z profile, which I have seen, which was a very difficult profile to roll, and which was being rolled in one of the oldest mills of this country, is now being fabricated, or it is now being produced by flat steel. So definitely it was an eye-opener, and it is something really, it taught us something great. So my congratulations to Metalogic, and Metalogic has always been addressing the current and the most critical issues of steel industry, but so far it was, I think, focused mainly on the production side of it. That is decarbonization and green steel and securitization of raw material and whatnot. But this particular aspect, if you see for last few years, especially last, you can say 1 decade or 8-9 years, crude steel production capacity, finishing steel production capacity, even consumption, this has really gone up by 40 to 45%, at times even 50-55%. Consumption has also gone up from 60 to some 83 tons per capita consumption. But if we think about taking the country from the current level of, say, 126 million ton of odd to 300 million ton by the year 2030-31, then perhaps consumption is also required to be addressed. And I think today's workshop, today's seminar and today's exhibition is really addressing it in a very comprehensive manner, that how we can think of increasing the consumption of steel and take it to the level of 160 kg per person by the year 2030. I was wondering that not only roof, but even the walls, those walls which have created by steel and filled with some puffy material. I was surprised, I was really astonished whether it is for internal walls, but then the person sitting in the stall, he really nicely explained that how this wall can even be used for the external walls of the building. So, this particular session, I'm sure that this, and many of this kind of session in the times to come will definitely address the gap between the steel producers and the steel users. Perhaps that is the importance of today's session, and I think experts from these fields are there. So if anything from steel industry or any particular aspect or aspiration of this particular segment, which has not been catered so far, we are here to take your questions, answer to the extent whatever we know, and take this point to the steel producers, that what are the things required. Also, when you are handling with this kind of industry, which are really little small in nature as compared to steel plants, I would say that Mecon, one of the engineering and consulting organization, premier and pioneer engineering and consulting organization in the country, has been working with different kind of and different levels of manufacturing plants. So if any one of you, while working with your assembly lines, while working with your plant, while deciding the type of steel, while deciding the type of machine, if you require any kind of help or technological input, you are most welcome. And once again, I congratulate the organizers as well as the persons who have joined us in basically in increasing the consumption of steel in society and in country. So my best wishes to all of you, and we are ready to take any question and answer session. Thank you one and all.
So we are opening the house for Q&A. If you like to ask any question from Mr. Ajit Saxena or Mr. Sharad Mahendra. Come on. Mike.
Good morning, Sharad sir. Question for you. Thanks for encouraging service centers like us. I'm Ashirwad Agarwal from Triveni Steel, Bangalore. Monica ji, I think the effort you've put for the last couple of years on connecting the last mile and also on the service center, I'm really honored that the manufacturers have taken up this issue. But sir, you were mentioning about hosting an event. JSW is going to host an event, get service centers across the world, teach us how it works. Please do let us know how it works, and please call us and educate us how we can increase value of steel on the private sector.
No, thanks. See, nothing. It is not educate. You people are experts. Beyond what we are doing, what majority we are doing, as I said, other opportunities and how the service centers are doing beyond what we are doing today. It's not the question of educating. You are experts in the line. The purpose is that there is opportunity. You people are willing for investment in a country like India where the opportunities are. The world is looking to invest in India. And you people also want to invest. It is only that maybe we can show a direction, make you interact with people and see what are the other opportunities. Then you can do the market mapping that yes, in India, this is also there. So because whatever is happening in Western world, it is followed in India maybe in a gap of 3 years, 5 years, 10 years, whatever the time frame is. So that is the basic objective that which otherwise, see the thing is that today what is happening when it is not there, people are still living, but living differently, using alternate products. So we are working in many ways to increase the steel consumption and replacement to plastic. So we will be definitely happy to do such kind of activity, wherein others what they are doing, they will showcase also their details. That is the basic objective.
Thank you. I'd like just to bring an example. Triveni Steel started as a small service center, and POSCO took us to Korea and actually trained me over a couple of years as how do you deliver. We didn't have tar roads in our service center. We had a football field, they called us. And POSCO said, Ashirwad, you need to change. If India has to change, you need to change. And this is what happened. And thanks for
exactly,
JSW doing the same. Thank you very much.
So one question I want to ask from manufacturing and engineering point of view, like, there are a lot of auto components which India is importing right now because automobile company doesn't buy mostly from Indian manufacturers. They have contracts or there's one particular issue what we have found is they usually complain about the quality of auto components. So as in, how do you see, how can we match the quality of auto component? Because here we have many auto component manufacturers sitting here. What is your suggestion? How should we go about it? And the need of engineering also. If both of you can comment on it.
You can start. See, Monica, when you say that still some imports are coming, whatever the gap is in terms of, it is not the question of quality now, because lot of exports of finished vehicles is happening from India. And now if you talk of steel producers, in terms of right quality of steel to be made, there are tie-ups, like we are with JFE. And whatever they have done for years in Japan, the same, starting not only making the finished steel, making from the hot metal, the entire steel making process, there are, it's a defined route. Of course, there it is from the present set of equipments and all the capability issue to produce entire basket of steel. There is, I will say that a small gap is left on which already the industry is working. So imports, if you see in last 10 years, 15 years, what was the import percentage, and now it has significantly reduced. It is reaching to an insignificant level. And not only in auto, even in white goods, appliances. If you see that it was a highly import dependent industry. Capabilities were built. Now whether JSW, whether AMNS, these are the two major suppliers in this industry, supplying to appliance industry. But still, there are few components which are 100% imported. It is purely that the capability. Like the front doors of we see the refrigerator with lot of patterns, designs. No one has the capability. So we have just set up the capability. Stabilization is going on. It may take few months time, about a year. Then that also. So it is only the question of steel industry's responsibility to ensure this doesn't happen.
I think almost all the points have been covered by Mahendra sir, but definitely if particular kind of steel is required, uh, there is a system that you can go to steel plant, tell them, and in fact even that steel can be produced, and you can have various checks at different level at steel stage or at rolling stage. So if you are sure, I mean if you are clear of what kind of steel and what kind of properties you need, perhaps most of the steels, I will not say all, most of the steels are being made. Only thing is, I'll request Monica that you arrange, again do another session between, the users and the steel marketing, that how to approach, that what kind of selection of right kind of steel. I've faced it, I've seen it at many places, that many a times user is not very clear what is the right kind of steel for a particular application. So even that can be thought of. And but if you go to directly to the, I will say that those quality labs or maybe the application engineers of different companies, perhaps they will take you and right kind of steel can be produced. Of course, whenever the capability is challenged, yes, various PLI schemes are addressing the manufacturing of the production of those steels, and it is being facilitated from the government level. But whatever is being produced, and if capability is there, it can definitely be produced. There is no issue. Only thing is you have to address the right person, that application engineer, who can take care of the quality requirements of that particular steel.
Monica, to address the specific question of auto components. Yeah. Anyway, so the point is the basic steel. The basic steel is not there in India yet. For example, aluminized steel. To generate 1700 MPa, basically 15% of all the auto used is hot stampings, which we don't. Yeah, basically 15% of all the auto components which are used is hot stampings, which in India we are yet to take off. So that's about 15% worldwide. So for that you need to have steel which can go up to 1500 MPa, 1700 MPa and all that. Also through the cold rolling route and aluminized silicon route. So this is area where the capacity is building up in India. In AMNS, maybe even in JSPL, maybe in JSW, etc. A. B is the second thing what we talked about, front door of refrigerators. What we have is a normal printing, but not the digital printing. Now that's where,
So it's under development, sir?
No, it's not exactly digital. It is basically, there are two types of technology. One is the PCM and the one is the VCM. It is the vinyl coated film material on which the film comes patterns as per the requirement of the organization. That is pasted on the existing line, for which the line needs modification. Digital is also one of the things, but digital is good for if someone wants very less quantity, very small SKU size, you can print it digitally. But again, that is to be seen as that digitally we have done that. We did the trials also, but it is commercially, techno-commercially, even for the consumer, it is right now not making sense. There is a machine in Italy which I personally went and saw in terms of digital. But yes, digital also is one of the options which is there, which is possible. But what we are talking of, what appliance industry world over is using is the VCM technology.
Yeah, VCM. To be specific, 30 to 35,000 tons of hot stamping materials is imported into India every month. So that's where the PLI can come into.
Yeah. These are the areas where what he said, like certain capability building, which is still requirement. The work is going on, industry is doing on that.
Mr. Chariji, you want to say something?
My name is Sakaria George. I am a former scientist. I have been dealing with both concrete, reinforcement, and steel structures. Now, one comparison I want to make as far as the main steel producers are concerned. About 40 years back, the cement manufacturers had the same problem. World over, a good percentage of the cement was used by the RMC plants. 40 years back, there was no RMC plant in India. We conducted a large seminar and exhibition on modernization of construction, in which the first pump for concrete and RMC truck was shown, really imported from and exhibited. Now today, RMC plants are littered, virtually littered all over India. And the cement manufacturer at that time said that we won't be allowed to do anything else, we will only manufacture cement. Licensing problem, all sorts of things were. But today, the same cement manufacturer has, majority of the cement manufacturers have their own RMC plants. The steel producer should look at it. I'm not saying that you should replace MSMA. There are several, for example, reinforcing bars. Large quantities of reinforcing bars can be custom made and used in large projects. As intermediary or what you call as a service center can do that job. Similarly, on sheets, also you can do that. Steel, it is good that even 40 years back there was no PEB in India. Now we have plenty of PEB manufacturers. And I will speak about it in my session. What are the things which we are not looking at are, there are minus points which many clients have got no opportunity to express, which needs the attention of the principal manufacturer. So that's all what I have to say now. I will say the rest of it later. Thank you.
So we will end the session here. Deepika.
All right, thank you so much, everybody. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a small felicitation to our esteemed dignitaries onto the dais. I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to do the honors in appreciation of the significant contribution of Mr. Ajit Kumar Saxena, CMD Mekong Limited. We would like to felicitate with a small memento, sir. Thank you so much for your wonderful presence and your significant contribution. Thank you so much, sir. Next, we have a small token of appreciation and love to Mr. Sharad Mahindra, CEO Coated Steel Products, JSWC. Thank you so much, sir. So we request you to please join us for a group picture. Thank you so much, sir. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are breaking for tea and it's working. So we would resume the conference in next 15 minutes. So the first session is going to be Downstream Industry Unlocking Opportunities. We will all see you in next 10 to 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Bharatanatyam dancer of steel. And we're all here to discuss the same. Welcome everybody. And request Monica ji to just, we're going to, yeah. No steel can be used without being processed. Any coil you buy has no value till it's converted into a sheet or any usable format. So for your motors, you require punch steel, but it has to be slit by somebody. How do we connect the last mile? The service center distribution network plays a very important role, which I understand manufacturers started recognizing that. We, as combined users of steel and processors of steel and distributors of steel, are a very important fabric which puts the steel manufacturers to the end user. And most important, we actually give employment and skill development to our citizens of India. I've been taught this, karam kar falkin chinta mat kar. The first way is to learn, deliver, and create value for the economy. And Monica ji, I would request you to, what is your vision for this session beyond what we've stated?
See, the idea of designing this session is to get an idea from the last mile connectivity enablers, so that the steel manufacturer and the end user, a link can be built, and what kind of actual products are required, what kind of challenges buyers are facing. This can only be possible if we do this one-on-one discussion, sitting here in the room. And this is how we came up with this idea. We have Mr. K.V. Karthik, who's a manufacturer of pumps. You won't see in many of the steel conferences. I'm sorry, Karthik ji, but we are very happy to have you. But generally, we hardly have participation from pump and motor manufacturers. I'm telling you, it's very sad on our part, but I'm happy that you are here, because now we will get more and more input from you. What challenges, when you buy the steel or when you procure your raw material, what kind of challenges do you face with the quality, price? Do you see there is too much of fluctuation in the prices or availability of material? So all these discussion we want to make in this session, and then only this session will be successful.
Yeah.
Good morning. Thank you for providing the opportunity, Monica. So it is a wonderful opportunity for me on behalf of Co India and also on behalf of the Coimbatore pump industry and right now on behalf of the Indian pump industry to be present over here. As you rightly said, the Indian pump industry, pump set manufacturing industry is around 20,000 crore industry, where majority of our raw material is steel. So the challenges, what we face is not on the quality side. We not matching great challenges, because our quality steels are on par with the global manufacturers, and we have never faced any issue on the quality of steel when we are exporting or when we are certification mark anything. Rightly, one of the points you mentioned, it's on the price volatility and the availability during critical phases. During the 2021, precisely 2021, that later part of from October 2020 to 21 and up to the middle of 2022, there was a severe price volatility was there, where prices were increasing every few weeks. Every week there was an increase in the prices. Every day there was an increase in the prices, and whenever we had some orders or anything, there was not availability. So we are very skeptical on whether to accept new orders or not. One of the saddest part is that immediately after COVID lockdown, there was a very good demand for the Indian pumps. Actually, our industry grew about 30%. It was immediately after COVID, the next year, our exports grew 30%. Not our industry, I won't say our industry, our exports grew 30%. But we are unable to sustain that growth momentum in the 2022 because our steel, our availability of steel was very fluctuating, and we were not able to commit anything to our customers. That is one of the main issues which we are facing. And the other thing is mostly for our pump industries, we use all majority of the steels we use are on the motor part, as you rightly said. Laminations we are definitely we are here to use lamination. Sometimes when our manufacturers they say there's an unevenness to some extent. I've heard them because of which they are unable to uh, do the same. They are facing some issues in the die and punches also. That is one of the issues on the quality side. The thickness unevenness. When you are using 0.5, that is also normally used steel, that is 0.5. Right now we are also trying 0.35 also. And 0.35 in a higher electrical grade steels, not on the regular grade steels. Electrical grade steels, if you take 0.35, their availability is becoming an issue. There's availability within this country for 0.35 thickness steels. That is a very minor issue when you compare to the availability and price volatility. So that is one of the major issues for our pump industry.
Thanks, Mr. Karthik, for addressing these issues. On the panel, we should have had manufacturers actually saying that. If somebody can answer this question on thickness variation, either from JSW or Tata Steel, somebody would be here? Yes. We have Mr. Wilson. But more from Wilson, sir. To find out on the thickness variation electrical steel, if anything is there from your team you can share for flat products.
You are looking for measuring, testing, or methodology for thickness variation?
Measuring testing.
Or online control?
I'm unable to get you, sir.
No, are you looking for methods, process for thickness variation control or online control mechanisms?
No, what I am looking at is, see, I am not the exact manufacturer of the steel laminations. My vendors, when they ask us, sometimes when they are something, some delay or something, when they normally put that issue as there's some variation thickness which has occurred now, so I am unable to divert to you right now. Those kind of issues which is coming up.
Understood. So I think this is one of the most stringent requirements in processing of steel for this electrical steel, especially at the lamination steels. So I think there are very few service centers whom I can say who can maintain absolute flatness tolerances for this, because it's not only flatness, it is also the size which then becomes very, very small. Yes. So that is how I would say, I think we can count on your fingers number of service centers. So you, as a consumer and as a representing consumers, I think we need to know which these service centers are, otherwise we are taking a chance.
Okay, I'll get you the details.
Service center is the answer.
Yes, service center is the key, and we do process electrical steel. For anybody's information here, Triveni Enterprise is the largest processor of electric steel, at least in the Bangalore belt. And Coimbatore, we supply close to 500 tons a month here. We can start with Dattaji and then we can come down to fellow trade. Mr. Datta, you've got a career spanning all automobile manufacturers across India and the world here. What are your experiences and needs from the steel industry and the value adders, which we call service center today, or processors? What are your needs and what are the challenges you face? You moved from burning fuel to making greener vehicles. So you've seen the entire shift. So can you throw light on the on the people here, on what does Ola do and how you save steel, or what do you need in steel and the shift you require? Thank you.
Yeah. Good morning. Vanakkam, Coimbatore. Automobile industry, I per se speak on behalf of the auto industry, so that my experience in Hyundai Motor, Toyota, possibly the consumption of steel. Most of these OEMs who are, MNCs, who are setting up plants here, they all import some part of the steel from their country. Or it could be Korea, or it could be Japan, depending on their, from where they belong to. But then the issue that normally rises is on the quality of the steel. And in my experience, I have seen these reports. I have been to Korea with one such example. So some of the steel that they supply, initial supplies will be very good. And as we move forward, the supplies keep coming in, the quality deteriorates. And then what happens, these parts are normally used by these MNC automobile companies for export. And if you are aware, the other market, like for example in the European market or in the American market, the requirement or if there is some part defect is there, you have to recall the entire batch. So that becomes a very huge issue for the automobile OEM, wherein he would have used a defective or a lower quality of grade steel and then done this. But normally that's the reason why they start importing. As part of Hyundai Motor, I think Jindal company was also here. I have visited and we also had a series of discussion and then how do we make it localization. So Hyundai was trying to make efforts to localize most of its steel. However, still have some small quantity coming up from Korea is mainly because of these quality issues and consistency in quality. These are the two. And then coming to the local manufacturing, over a period, as an association also there is a representation to the Government of India. Government of India also has initiated so many discussions with auto OEMs to localize. So with that, what has happened is a considerable number of parts and components and mainly body, of course, are all being, the local steel is being used. I remember a meeting with Mr. Piyush Goyal, the Commerce Minister. I went along with some of our Korean CEOs. So while discussing, his only grouse was that Korea is not importing steel from India and they only import mangoes. So he was so angry with them. In fact, he was vocal, publicly he was saying that our steels are not inferior, they are definitely, if not better than yours, are definitely better steel and do buy. But then there are some issues relating to some of the, I'm a commercial man, I have no knowledge of the steel and then intricacies of how it is made. But then the OEM still feel that some quantity critical parts which go into their exports has to be from their source, original source from where they believe they have to bring. And then I now talk about the Ola Electric. Ola Electric has set up world's largest electric two-wheeler plant very close to Coimbatore. We are here in Krishnagiri district, just 2 hours drive from here. And this plant will, once fully operational, we are doing it in 3 phases. Once all the 3 phases are operational, we will be manufacturing 1 crore scooter per annum. This is going to be the huge manufacturing facility. We will be making 15% of the world's two-wheeler requirement here. Today, the two-wheeler market is, India is the world's largest two-wheeler market, and the consumption here is 2 crore scooter vehicle, two-wheelers per annum, of which once we build the capacity, 50% we are building it. However, that 50% is equivalent to 15% of the world's production. We also have plans to export. And coming to steel requirement in this plant, the requirement is only in terms of the steel frame. The steel frame that is the main requirement. I was just now talking to, before starting this event, to Jindal. They were suggesting me that some of their frames where the battery is, we are going to hold the frame. He says they can make it little lighter, at the same time much more stronger than the ones that we are presently using. So the company looks forward to these kind of innovative ideas and structures, and so that we use those kind of steel so that the weight is reduced, so that the distance that we cover per charge, the battery charge is increases. We also use a lot of components made out of steel. Of course, there's a great lot of opportunity, though component manufacturers who are around this place, so that you can cater to the requirement as the production, as the manufacturing grows. The facility is for the first time in the country, we have made it as an all-woman factory. Entire operations from manufacturing, paint, assembly, everywhere you go around, you will see only girls working. And Krishnagiri district in Tamil Nadu, many of you are from Tamil Nadu state, so you will know that it's one of the backward district, declared backward district. What we have done is we have gone to every village, going around asking them, the parents, to send their girls who have passed 12th, and then we brought them. Almost like today we employ around 3,000 girls, extremely competent. The kind of scooter that we produce, one of the best in the world. And we are #1 in India for the last 8 months. Continuous. Last year our number was the largest. So added to that, Tamil Nadu should be proud that last month our number was declared. Some 50,000 odd numbers have sold in the country in the last month, of which 70% are manufactured here in Tamil Nadu. 70%. Should be proud of. So added to that, so much of opportunity exists. And the thing is that so much of, we have TVS here, Ola is of course there, close to you, and we also have Ather, Ampere is here in Coimbatore. So there are so many manufacturers, number is also increasing. And one last point on the opportunity side is that the entire this area, Krishnagiri, where our plant is there, and we have also requested the Tamil Nadu government to cover the Dharmapuri district also in this area to declare it as an electric vehicle hub. This hub will eventually, house most of the two-wheeler or three-wheeler, all OEMs who are getting into the electric vehicle manufacturing, and also give space to the component manufacturing. The idea is to make sure that just in time, when the part is required, of course, most of the manufacturing facilities follow this just in time. So it is supplied just then, so that the more you are closer, the better your supply will be accepted and then taken care of. And to end my, this thing, so my suggestion is once again on the quality. My experience is the quality is the most important, and ensure that this quality, for example, now this Ola also, we are going to export it to more than 100 countries worldwide. We have already started our discussion with many of the markets closer to the country. So we are going to start off. So more than 100 countries when I am selling this scooter, the component has to be the best quality, best in the world. So please make sure that this kind of quality is maintained. At the same time, it is maintained at all supplies. As you supply, it should not go down. So it should be consistently good quality. Thank you so much.
Awesome, Mr. Datta. One last question. 1 crore scooters. How much steel does he use? So per scooter, what's the kg of steel you use? Any idea? No, it's pipes, components.
Yeah, the scooter weighs around 100 kgs roughly.
So steel would be 50%?
The
Or 20%?
The 35 kg will be the weight of the battery cell.
Yes. So
Yeah, 4 kilowatt battery we use, so that is about
we're left with
35.
65 kgs, so still
Yeah,
we have
balance,
50 kgs of steel at
Out
least.
of that, you have that frame and electronics and motor is there. Yeah.
So we have a lot of steel to be used.
Yeah, it's a great opportunity exists, at least for the units who are around this place, definitely.
There's approximately 6 lakhs tons of steel to be used every year.
Every scooter.
Every year, 6
Yeah.
lakh tons. So 50, 60,000 tons if you're going to produce to grow. Awesome. So we have Rochan here from Ronak Steel. You must be excited after listening to the two stalwarts on either side.
Yeah, so I've been hearing my co-panelists for quite some time, and they've been mentioning about the quality and the pricing and quality and the just-in-time basis. So we've been in industry for about 30, 40 years right now, and the entire focus of our work is always towards providing the supply chain logistics. We at Ronak Steel always believe that the customer, whoever it is, the end customer, whether it's person setting up the Ola factory right now. I am supplying steel over there, just for information. So person setting up the Ola factory right now, or person doing the regular job. So a call comes in the morning and they ask that, when exactly am I expecting my steel? And by that time, actually, I haven't even received the order. So it's always that they want the steel on just-in-time basis because they don't want to hold on to any inventory. The number of SKUs right now for any vehicle ranges from 15 to 20, depending upon the quantity ordered or depending upon the size of the customer. So it's always important for us to have a service center, a well-equipped service center, not just in space, but also in the size. The manufacturer, they are manufacturing, the quantity is just increasing. As our predecessors, just to mention, some time back, they said that JSW alone is going to expand its capacity from 25 to 50 million tons. I don't think so it will be feasible for them to going forward to really cater to every MSME down the line. And it will be the challenges of those MSMEs will be to find the right quality steel, the right SKU in the right time. That's where I believe every supplier and every service center will have to step up to make sure that those gaps have been fulfilled. Yes, I do agree to your point that quality. With each and every customer, they have their own TDCs. I would suggest that you should get in touch with a good supplier. I'm sure your needs will be taken care of. Yes, the journey has started. We at Ronak Steel started processing steel, I think so 30 years back in Chennai. We were one of the first ones to set up the service center. And since then, it's been a long journey. We market ourselves as steel ATM, wherein we are supplying any types of steel, any types of steel, any quantity of steel, any time availability. So that's how we, call ourselves. Going forward, I would say that for all the users, it will be that, I've just written down a small line as I was hearing Mr. Datta speaking over here. The journey has started for a better service and quality. And now we are at a stage wherein the speed at which the changes is coming is much higher, and the requirements of yours will be met at a much faster level. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochanji. KV Karthikji, I want to ask you one question because you're representing a very important association, Coimbatore Industrial Infrastructure Association. As an association president, what kind of changes have you noticed in Coimbatore industrial infrastructure wise in the last 5 or 10 years, and how do you see present and coming future?
See, one of the major changes what I have noted is that the third generation is coming into the business. So they are not waiting for anything. They want anything immediate. Say I am in the cusp between second and third generation. See, I am myself of feeling I am getting older. So many youngsters are coming. They are always saying, "Sir, Karthik, yeah, we are bored with this one. We'll go something more. We want more. We want to do more." That's why we are also keeping on innovating new products. Particularly from the pump industry, like someone has mentioned to me, we have started that BLDC, all the new concepts of Sinaram, BLDC, everything, at least for our pump applications we are doing, but maybe some of members are also interested in doing EV motors, maybe we can also tap with Ola. So that is one of the changes. But as an industry-wise, if you see, in the last 5-6 years, there's an enormous growth in the industry. There's an enormous expansion. The capacity utilization rate has increased. Uh, uh, Most of you will not believe the kind of volume of pumps and motors that are being made in India, in Coimbatore. More than a lakh motors are made in pumps. The pump sets are made in Coimbatore every month. So that is a huge numbers. Most of people, it is like most people don't know this one. So this is the kind of growth which we are seeing in Coimbatore. So in the next few years, definitely it is going to increase. There will be more consolidation of the industry, and more there will be a lot of contract manufacturing will happen. So a lot of overseas manufacturers will be outsourcing and contracting the products itself to be made in Coimbatore. Earlier it used to be only a part, we will be supplying a castings or one part or something. Now it will be entire product itself will be getting manufactured in Coimbatore. So that's why I'm foreseeing in the next, even right now it has started, the next 4-5 years the numbers will increase.
So what are the service center capacities in Coimbatore? Do you find it's less or it's sufficient to meet at least your motor needs?
Definitely, I would say it is less. We need to increase. There's a lot of steel majors have to come and put their, like, the availability, like he has told me rightly, Raunak has told us, the availability we need not, like, for Coimbatore manufacture means we need to hold some inventory because there are many depots. Those kind of, if we are getting the material immediately, it will be of great use. Otherwise, we are to depend on some other place. The movement, transport, everything happens. The bulk transportation, everything. Right now we are taking in retails, everything. If the bulk transport happens, the new logistics park is going to come up in Coimbatore, all those things. So you can explore all those things.
Awesome. Roshan, last question. Not last, but another question for you. How do you place the online marketplaces now which have come up? And we, as counterparts in the industry, who add value, our distributors, how are they disrupting our business, or they're not disrupting our business, or value adding our business? The online marketplace. I don't want to mention names, but a lot of the new ones have come in.
So see, there will be disruptions happening in the industry. It is a norm that any industry, there should be disruptions. Unless until there are disruptions, I don't see people taking up the challenge and moving forward. But yes, even though the online marketplaces have come up, it is still significant role played by us. I think so it is even more significant role played by us in the service industry. Not just in providing the last mile connectivity, but also in ensuring that the end customers who are there are better serviced in terms of pricing, in terms of quality, in terms of availability. So these challenges are still yet to be overcome. Unless until these challenges are overcome, I think so the suppliers or service centers will continue to grow, and I'm sure they will continue to grow with hand with these marketplaces.
Awesome. So you're saying we'll all coexist in the same.
Yes.
One question we want to find out, how about 3 generations? So, sorry, I'm going to take the conversation a little micro, but both of us are 3 generation old family businesses.
Second
How have you
generation.
seen it change? From being pure traders to service centers to value adders, now competing with online. And how does the entire logistics and the businesses have changed? Just for the larger audience to understand the value we create.
So yeah, so I'm a second generation. The industry was started by my father and by my uncle a long time back. I don't know how did they work at that point of time. Today it's much easier, I would say, in terms of the communication that capabilities that we possess, in terms of the capacities available, and there has been a lot of changes. From being suppliers of just steel, I would say, down before, to what has come right now in terms of supplying quality steel. So that's the biggest change which has happened over the years in terms of steel and the capacity. I remember my father being said that at the time when he started, a 200-ton monthly business was a good volume. Today, I don't think a day goes by wherein we have not had a processed or sold more than 1,000 tons of steel in a day. So the change is enormous in terms of both growth, in terms of volume, value addition, and quality. So there has been a drastic change in the last 30 to 40 years.
Awesome. I reiterate the same. We've been time-lapped, awesome afternoon, morning, variety of discussion. 1 crore scooters, my God. But I own an electric bike and an electric car, so I swear by it. And so, thanks for coming and expressing your concerns. I think quality is our concern, and as service centers, as an industry, I can promise you that we are going towards it. India has the best machines, the best steel, and the best people. And I keep saying that, love steel, love yourself. So we will promise to give you the best in the industry. Roshan, thanks for the update for everybody.
Thank you for the opportunity, Monica ji.
Thanks for inviting all of us and the esteemed panelists.
Well, after this session, this thing is very clear that Coimbatore does need service centers. People who are sitting here, who are into steel service centers, they have a great opportunity to expand their businesses in Coimbatore and serve industries like Co-India Association and many industries. I've met certain people who are from this transformer industry as well. Their concern is also same. So, it's a great opportunity for Steel Service Center to expand their businesses here. So with this, we will conclude the session. And Deepika, please. And after this, we will immediately start our next session. Yeah.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much. So can we have a round of applause for all our esteemed panelists and our moderators? So we have a small token of felicitation, sir, and I request our session chairperson to please do the honors. So I request Mr. Ashirwad Agarwal, MG Triveni Steel, in the appreciation of the significant contribution of a panelist, a small token of love and felicitation, sir. Thank you so much. Next, I request Mr. K.B. Karthik, President, MD, CEO, Coimbatore Industrial Infrastructure Association and Managing Partner, Deccan Industries. So can we have a round of applause, everybody? I hope the session was really insightful and valuable. Next, I request Mr. B.C. Datta, VP Corporate Affairs, Ola Electric, to please join us forward. A small felicitation and appreciation of your significant contribution. Thank you so much, sir. And next, I would like to come forward Mr. Rochan Rungta, Director, Ronak Steels Trading Private Limited, to please join us.
Let's have a group photo.
Yes. So once again, I would like to thank all our panelists on dais, our senior moderator. Thank you so much, sir, for taking us through the unlocking opportunities of downstream industries. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a small presentation by Tata Capital, and I request concerned person to please join us forward. Over to you, sir.
Hello everyone, this is Ankit from Tata Capital. It's an esteemed honor for me to be present in such a wonderful audience. So I'll just take some couple of minutes and explain what Tata Capital is all about. So we are from Tata Capital Supply Chain Finance Division. Tata Capital started in the year 2007. It's a 100% subsidiary of Tata Sons, and we are a registered NBFC. Now, Tata Capital has array of products. Specifically, when you talk about, we are from retail finance. If you have to talk, it's home loan, two-wheeler, auto, etc. And we are here from commercial and SME finance. So one of the major product offering what we do is in terms of short-term and long-term finance. So when we are talking about short-term, it is the channel finance. I think for in this particular audience, the most particular product what we offer is channel finance, vendor finance, factoring. And when we talk about the long-term, we are into equipment finance, leasing, etc. Just wanted to give a little bit more emphasis on channel finance. What channel finance is basically all about. It is basically a working capital finance product. You can treat it as an over and above your existing CC and OD limits also. Here in channel finance, we do the tie-up with the manufacturer. In our case, most of the integrated steel manufacturers, Tata Capital is having tie-up. And we fund to their direct customers. Maybe it might be an OEM, and it might be also their dealer and distributors. So basically, whenever the invoice gets raised, accordingly the payment goes from Tata Capital to the manufacturer, and accordingly the dealer or distributor gets their material. And accordingly, we can end up a particular tenure, maybe up to 90 days. Within that time frame, the money needs to get rotated. Apart from channel finance, there is another opportunity what we have that is called as a factoring. Factoring is a recent particular product which has been, which is started by Tata Capital. It's mostly an off-balance sheet funding. In channel finance, most of the time there might be a reason that, we need not have to, a customer or dealer need not have to, they have a problem in taking a limit on their balance sheet. But factoring is basically an off-balance sheet funding. It also works in the similar fashion. Basically, we are discounting the debtors. So that's the way we can take it forward. We can understand what factoring is. We have another product which falls under the long term, which is the equipment finance and leasing. In terms of equipment, we are into the capital goods. What is capital goods? Basically, any kind of equipments, for the plant and machineries you are trying to onboard, trying to bring in, we are into that. Construction equipment. At this point of time, I don't think so any offices can work without IT hardware. So IT hardware also we can fund, healthcare, commercial vehicles, as well as passenger cars. Now, when I say passenger cars, there are companies who are giving perks and perquisites to their employees in terms of vehicles, so that can come under the passenger cars. So leasing, just wanted to highlight, leasing is a product which is an off-balance sheet funding. One of the most important product recently which we are trying to emphasize is tier 2 financing. Here we have a group of people who are like dealer distributors, who are in turn giving the material to their direct dealers or the sub-dealers. So this tier 2 financing is basically for them. Here in case what happens is in this tier 2 financing, maybe a distributor is there. Distributor is having maybe a number of dealers would be associated with a distributor. So here we will be funding to the direct dealers for those distributors, and accordingly the tier 2 financing will be doing it. So in case we are here, in case during the day's time, we can get connected. This is our contact details. Thanks a lot. Thank you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so much. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are proceeding towards our session 2, which is going to be enhancing domestic steel consumption through regionalization. And for that, it is going to be chaired and moderated by Mr. Narendra Kamath, COO, to please join us onto the stage, CEO Tata Capital, and our co-moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan. And would also like to invite our esteemed panelists to kindly join us for the session 2. I would like to welcome Mr. S.K. Pradhan, Chief Marketing Officer, JSP Group, Mr. Wilson Pooty, Chief of Marketing, Branded Products, ECA at Tata Steel, and Mr. G. Arun, Business Leader, Hyper Mart, South Region, AMNS, India. So ladies and gentlemen, on this session too, we'll be knowing and learning a lot about bridging the gap between MSMEs and steel producers, reaching 2 tiers, 3 tier cities and rural India, need for support from large steel makers in fluctuating market, and commitment to growth and support to create import substitution products and financial support to the companies. So once again, can we have a round of applause for our chair, moderator, co-moderator, and all our esteemed panelists onto the dais with a big round of applause.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel members here. So we had a couple of interesting rounds in the first half of the day, wherein people spoke about how we heard the JSW Steel talk about what the large integrated steel plants talk about. We also heard from the actual consumers about what is their expectations from the steel manufacturers and their ecosystem also. So presently what we'll be covering here is primarily about trying to understand how do we ensure that there is an enhanced regionalization of the steel consumption. How do we ensure that there is a far more easement of that steel is made available, particularly from an MSME perspective, given the fact that the kind of customer and the ecosystem that we'll be catering over here. A lot has been said about Coimbatore being the Manchester of the South, but we also heard Mr. Karthik say about the kind of engineering developments which have happened over a period of time, and Coimbatore and the neighboring areas have actually been engineering hub for a lot of engineering products and industries, which possibly many of us may not be truly aware of. But I'm sure as we progress along, we'll be able to hear a lot from them, from the people who are there in the audience, as well as being able to throw some light on what is it exactly that we can do overall to this ecosystem here. So some of the points that we'll be covering here today in the panel will be about one of the points which also came up in the earlier discussion is about how do we ensure that steel is locally available. It is more easily available at a more convenient time and in a more convenient quality, quantity, SKUs, and in the same manner also about seeing how do we ensure that the kind of availability also that we are talking about is available at the right time and the right price. So going ahead with the session, the first point that we'll be discussing largely about it is about how do we ensure steel consumption availability, which is the key factor for the MSMEs for their manufacturing. What are the key plans and actions which are taken by the large steel manufacturers that we have on the panel. So I would request Mr. Arun, if you can start with what are the plans that AMNS has in terms of ensuring that steel becomes available to the end consumers.
Thank you, Mr. Soju. Yeah, right. So, good afternoon to everyone. To ensure that the steel is available to everyone, as AMNS has got retail outlets, which is company-run retail outlets across the country. We have around We have around 18 outlets across the country, which is run by AMNS. And still counting. So most probably will be expanding the retail outlet across the countries also. And this assures and ensures that the customer gets the right material at the right price and the right quality. And apart from this, we do have service centers which is spread across the country. We have 5 service centers. So which is used for catering to customized material requirements to all MSMEs and end-use customers. So apart from this, we do have an understanding with NSIC, that is National Small Scale Industries, for catering to MSMEs and to facilitate them. So, and the last point where we are trying to bridge the gap is through digital platform. We also have a e-sale portal, online portal to cater to the material procurement that is required by the end consumers. So these are some of the initiatives that have been taken by AMNS to ensure that the material is available to all the consumers at the right time and at the right quality and availability.
Yeah, Mr. Wilson, your thoughts on making steel available to the MSMEs?
So there are two parts. I think first we should connect to the two sessions which took place, which is in terms of downstream, because MSMEs do not buy steel in the way and the form the steel supplier manufactures. So there is a lot of processing that takes place. So it is a processed steel which has to be made available. Now there are two models. The first model is, and which is most prevalent right now, is the processing center or the service center is located near to the customer hubs or various industry bodies. And by the sheer location being near to the customer hubs, that is how availability is ensured. There is a second model which is coming up, and this will start coming up in terms of as the demand grows, the service center capacities will start going up. And when service center capacities will start going up, they will be looking for economies of scale. And once they start looking for economies of scale, they would look for a larger area to service. And when they look for larger areas of service, they will look at, instead of having a local service center, you will start looking at regional service centers. And that is why this concept of once, if you have a regional service center, it will start catering to, it will need a distribution system thereafter. Today the processing center is right at the heart of where the demand is, and hence the distribution is from there itself. Tomorrow it will, so it has taken us, for example, today Tata Steel's services through 140 channel partners and through 55 service centers across the country. But we are located almost every demand pockets which are there. But that is from a perspective of service. But slowly and slowly, as we heard, that service centers need to do more value addition. They will start becoming manufacturing center, if I may call it. That is how the transition will take place. And that is where economies of scale, efficiencies, cost management, all of these will start coming in. And if from a service being the most important thing, these are the add-ons that will start becoming. And hence, there could be a scenario where we will find that large regional service centers come, and there will be distribution pockets which will be there. So this is as far as MSMEs who are buying steel in a processed form. There are also steel which is sold in the finished form. For example, a rebar which also an MSME would need. So a finished form steel will necessarily and has already been is working out where either it is a mill which produces and straight away it goes into the distribution system, which is for, I think, in most of the manufacturing companies there are two-tiered distribution system. Or even if there are processing centers which can produce rebars or a profile sheets, etc. But still there will be a distribution system which is going right at the heart of the rural customers also, if I may say. So to that extent, I think these are the two models. One is a prevalent, but I see a second model also which will emerge in India.
Thanks. Mr. Pradhan, your views on this?
So what Mr. Wilson told, so as a new entrant in this field, we have been on the majorly on the products which were mainly catering to the large infrastructure projects. But right now we are putting up a hot strip mill which will be operational in a month's time. Then we are coming up with cold rolling mill and downstream products. The model which we are working on presently, which we are zeroing on, we are working for last 1 year, is a network designed to cater to most of the MSME customers. What we feel and what we are working on is a theory of constraint-based model wherein we will have a regional service centers spread across the country and which will cater to the small centers. With logistical infrastructure improving all across the country now, what we are seeing, the delivery time is getting curtailed. We feel the economy of scale and putting up a large regional service center will be the most appropriate model. That's what we are working. Moreover, we are also working on our digital front where we want to connect with the most of the MSMEs. Like we have in all other steel products, be it plates or rebars, we feel that connecting with your end customer, getting the demand upfront, and then processing it through a regional service center or through a channel partner, that will be the way in which you will be closer to your customer. You will be updating yourself with the quality requirement, with the demand requirement, updating your production process immediately, and so that you can bridge the gap between what the actual demand is and what you are catering to. By this way, we feel, the price fluctuations and whatever topics we are discussing today, this can be the best catered off. So that's the
So just an add-on, I mean, just staying with you, Mr. Pradhan, just add on to what you mentioned about having a deeper penetration happening, more localization. So it possibly goes a step beyond regionalization, going more at a local level. So this going slightly deep tier, if you were to call it that, how one is of course the online what you mentioned, but what else do you think will help reach that? Because the way Mr. Datta also mentioned in his earlier conversation that they are also located some 200 kilometers from the main center. So it becomes that much more essential that even this 250 kilometers, 350 kilometers, it's available locally there too. So how do you think that can get addressed? Is online the solution or is something more to that?
So when we speak of digital, digital is for aggregating the demand. But of course, the servicing has to be physical, right? You need to cater to your customers and you need to be closer to your customers. When I speak of regional warehouses, I'm not saying that you will have one or two warehouses or service centers across the country. We'll have multiple ones, So what we can look at major demand clusters, aggregating that, and putting up a regional service center, catering to maybe 100, 200 kilometers periphery of those service centers, where the supplies can be in a day's time, we can reach to a customer. This will give you, an economy of scale. It will give you you can have better control on the inventory, and of course, you can serve your customers in a much better way, without keeping a huge inventory with you.
So these regional centers, these kind of investments is something which you as a steel manufacturer, you're looking at for your own, or you're looking at through partners or your channel partners or your ecosystem who will help you build that?
So most of the regional service centers will be controlled by us, but it can be through directly or through EPA, external processing agencies. So we are working on both the models. We are not zeroed down.
Sure. Mr. Wilson, your thoughts on going deep tier, whether you agree with what Mr. Pradhan mentioned about having own centers or online platform, what is Tata Steel's way of looking at it?
So, the competencies required for steel manufacturing and competency required for a service center or processing center is very, very different. So, even in a company, like for example, a company which manufactures only carbon steel versus a company which manufactures alloy steel, the mindset has to be very different because the customer requirements are different, the culture of the company will also be different. And hence, if I extend the same logic, then the steel producer, which is a large and where cost and throughput productivity is of essence, there is a way in which the entire operations runs today. But a service center, as I said today, essentially service center is, the key thing is service, process and service, delivery, timeliness, etc. I think in the first opening session also we heard, we will produce as fast and evacuate. And then meeting the exact customer needs is what the service center does. So these two capabilities are different. So hence, if a company can build both the capabilities, then company can own and have their own service centers. But if the company can find a set of, or develop an ecosystem which has that capability or such capability can be built, I think it can be outsourced also. So today, if you see, even in US and Europe, for example, steel majors actually do not sell a single ton of steel to the customer. It is the service centers who are doing 100% of sales to the customers. So I'm not talking about MSMEs. I'm talking about large customers, large OEMs also. Steel companies will just sell, their customers are the service centers. So that is a model which has come. India is different. So we have mixed model we are evolving. Whether we will go the US way, I don't think so. The kind of customer bases that we have, a high number of customers fragmented and the area as such which is large. But I think there will be mixed models, and it is a call of the company in terms of to develop capability and master in one or master in both. As far as going deeper into the markets, I think digital is one thing which will help and help in a big way. To that extent, at least half the work of distribution, which is in terms of order generation, is taken care of by the platforms today, and the fulfillment remains with the service center and the distribution arm in conjunction.
So typically when you're talking about servicing, is that expected to be extended even to the B2C kind of customers also in time to come? Or because there will be a lot of products which all the steel mills have, which are more end customer driven, like the color coated or the rebars for that matter.
Yeah, so one change which I am seeing, for example, and see, we were in the roofing sheets very early, I think more than 20-25 years back, and the model was in terms of you make the roofing sheet in the finished form at the factory, and it used to go into a two-tier distribution. But as the need for customization has increased, I feel it is more prudent to send the coils to the processing center and it gets processed there. So even in B2C, the length requirements, the width requirements of the customers in different regions, even in one state, different districts, is very different. And hence, if there is a processing for B2C also which takes place in the states, I think that model may be much better, and I think some of the companies are already doing that, and going forward, anybody who wants to enter into that space. Same thing is happening, for example, in B2C for rebars, even whether it's JSPL, JSW, Tata Steel. It is not now selling standard lengths of rebar. You need to go to the next step of value addition, which is at the construction site, place the steel in the form it is required, which means cages, which means stirrups, which means the entire flooring which is nested. So all of this is and can be done only near the construction site, because space is getting less and less for construction. So you cannot have large labor gangs working there. So slowly, even in rebars, the example which I was giving is a project. But even for B2C also, people want finished, who wants to engage a labor, as if I'm building my house, to actually engage few labor and have oversight, quality control. If there are finished forms, for example, a stirrup, you just buy so many numbers and it is put. If there is a cage, you just buy it and it is put. So that you don't have to actually do so many other things which is associated for building a house, which comes along with a rebar. So even in B2C products, I feel there is processing value addition which can take place.
Yeah, Mr. Pradhan, I'll come to you. You wanted to say something, I believe.
So basically, it's a question of how fast you want to serve your customer, how accurate you want to serve your customer, and how you can save, how we can give value addition to him. Whether it's a rebar or a roofing seat or like heavy plates, nobody uses steel as it is. Even in the heavy plates, people are cutting it, people are fabricating it, people are using it. So, like as Mr. Wilson was saying, if somebody has the capability, if he can make it readily available to a customer in a form in which he can directly consume it. So it's the best solution a consumer can get. And gradually moving forward, that's the way steel will get sold in the country. And that's where the service centers or the channel partners, they will come into picture. Like the example of galvanized seats, where earlier the entire roofing solutions were made in the in-house, but now it is getting outsourced. The same way, steel mills will make the major products, but then it will have a service center where you will cut it. Like a few days back, we were debating how we can put, there were customers who were asking us whether you can, there were large ship manufacturers who were asking us whether you can fabricate the hull component and supply it to us. Right? They want to go to that extent, because they have seen in our factory, we were doing our own fabrication. They were asking whether you can do the fabrication for us and supply this thing. We don't want to get into fabrication, right? So any customer he want to have a ready-made solutions which can directly consume it, right? So So whether the steel mills will have their own service centers, they can develop those sort of capabilities, whether directly or through a different company, or they outsource it to external service providers. But model will be same.
Sure.
You need to have finished type of service.
Mr. Arun, your views on these points, both in terms of going deep tier or it's the online or the B2B or the B2C market?
Right. So as Mr. Wilson and Mr. Pradhan said, as Mr. Wilson and Mr. Pradhan said, so continuing with the same, I think online platform is there to aggregate what is required. And ultimately when the servicing comes, it has to be done practically. Okay, and these steel is a commodity that cannot be done off the shelf. It has all made to orders and as per the customer's requirement. So for doing all these things, I think one of the best possibilities is to route it through them to service centers, so that it is tailor-made and it is ready to use, which is customer requirements. So this kind of processing can either be done through the companies or through EPAs, that is outsourcing the processing. That is what will be the end of the ultimate requirement of the customer, so that it is ready to use. And nowadays, the end consumers, they don't even keep inventory. They just want material just in time. So that all these things can be catered only through a service center or a stockist who's nearby to the customer, end consumer. Because we as a producers, producing large quantities, as said in the first session, we have to push out the quantities to the out locations, so that it is catered to the end customers from there. So having all these things in mind, I think it is the best possible way is to route it through our partners or through our own service centers.
Just as a follow-up on this, what you mentioned, Mr. Arun, do you think the supply chain, the logistics, what we talk about, is it something that is already in place, or that is something which has to also stack up to meet up with these requirements? Because even if you have the EPAs, the distribution center, or even an online platform, at the end of it, what Mr. Pradhan said, the fulfillment has to be physical. There is no substitute for that. So who do you think is more fit and capable to manage that for?
I think on logistics part, of late we have, I think most of the steel mills have already started using the sea route also.
Sorry?
The sea route,
okay,
for transporting material from the main plants, manufacturing plants, to the other locations. So as well as rail, apart from road. So sea and rail evacuates the material more faster, sending it to the EPAs or the
but from EPA to the end,
from the EPAs to the end consumers, that logistic part once again needs to be it needs to be streamlined more. Okay, now it is already there. Okay, so this needs to be more streamlined, because the locations wherever the current EPAs are, okay, they are most strategically most in an industrial hub. So a company which requires material, say, apart from that industrial hub, will always have an issue with the logistics. So there an improvement is required for transportation from the processing service centers.
Sure.
So
Mr. Pradhan, you have some views on this?
So we were at an advantage in the sense we are the last entrant in the products which are mostly MSME products. So we got a clean slate. Basically, for infra projects, you don't need to have a service center, or you need to have a warehouses from where you need to serve. The customers wait. But however, when we are designing a network for the service centers or the warehouse, we are working on a comprehensive network wherein the requirement which Arunji was mentioning or Mr. Wilson was mentioning, the timely servicing of the customer's order, the logistical constraints. So all those factors we are considering, and we are designing a network so that the consumers, the demand clusters are fulfilled. So the benchmark will be whether we can serve it in 24 hours time or not.
Sure. So one bit also which came in the previous session was also regarding the technology. So, Mr. Wilson, how do you think, in terms of technology, that we are able to come up curve? Because I think there's a lot of consumption which was earlier met through exports has been relatively been substituted with the domestic production. But is this something which is a solution which has been met for the requirements, or is still a long way to go, or we are already on that path?
So I think just in the previous panel we heard, like the, for the pump, motors, pump or electrical steel, for example, a lot of processing is required and very high-end processing is required. So, and in the first session also we heard that we expect the service centers to move from doing basics, cut to length and cut to size, to profile. So I think as more value addition is being done by the service centers, I think the level of technology will go up. And in two, three ways I feel. One is in terms of from CTS and CTL moving into profiles and shapes, that is one. Second is in terms of, because most of the MSMEs are now competing with the OEMs also directly. So, and with the amount of exports that are going on, the requirements are getting more and more stringent because they are playing in global markets. So from that perspective, the level of tolerances that is required from a service center is also going up. The kind of steel that is required is also going up. So the service centers which used to cut say 250, 350 up to 450 MPa, today there is a need to cut 590 and it will keep going up to, as we heard, even 1000 MPa. So if the service centers have to now start looking at in terms of from a technology perspective to deal with high tensile steel. So it is not just one is the shape and form, other is in terms of the strength, etc., which is there. And the third I feel which is in terms of tolerances. And the fourth level when it comes is, and for this you will need a high-end machine which is a cost and you have to recover that cost, which means then the productivity also becomes very important. And if productivity has to be there, then you need to know how to, the term that we use in the steel industry is OEE, operations equipment effectiveness. So which means how good is your utilization. So if you have to improve your utilization from the same machine, you have to have good softwares to do nesting. So because orders will be varied. So I think there is a lot of change I see in the service center and the processing industries which is going to go up. It is not just technology for processing the steel, but I think all the associated technologies. And along with that, then you will have manpower and skill also, which will be required at the next level. So I think there are changes that are going to come.
Yeah, so I think that's very important that the entire import substitution thing is happening at a faster rate. India is being, when we speak of China plus one, so that's really happening in places like Coimbatore, where a lot of exports. One of our earlier panelists told that post-COVID, the exports of pump increased by almost 30%, right? That's what we are seeing everywhere when we move across the country, there are, whether you speak of yellow good equipments, mining equipments, construction, these are the sectors in which I deal very closely, so I can speak of that. When the shipbuilding industry, lot of manufacturing is coming to India, and it's for us as manufacturers, it's very important that we invest in technology, we invest in products which can be substituting to those imported products, and that's how the imports are gradually coming on the high value products, and that a lot of things are getting localized. By localization, we are reducing the lead time, we are reducing the capability of domestic manufacturing, and that's how more and more capacities are coming. So it's very important, as Wilson was saying, that we invest on technology. We apart from that, the service center improvements, for cutting the 1000 MPa seats, bending and forming and all those technologies, the investments which we are seeing, it has to be on a global scale, on the technology front as well. Then only we will be able to compete with the world.
Sure. I think it's a point well said. One of the common threads which is coming out, which I'm sure is to bring a lot of smiles to some of the people, audience gathered over here, is in terms of the kind of investments and the opportunities that rest with the service centers, not only the ones who are already in place, but also the ones who have aspirations to build one. So while there may be a couple of more questions that we'll engage in, if there are any questions, we...
Yeah. So we are opening the house for questions. Mr. Zacharya, Chef, Mike.
Well, thank you. The whole discussion, the previous session, in fact, I wanted to raise this question. Now, we are talking about the production of over 120 around million tons of steel. The bulk of the steel, I would say around 70 to 80% of the steel, is in the form of either long products or flat products. Am I right? We are talking substantially about MSME activities. We have two sectors consuming the steel. One is a high precision section, whether it is automobile or whether it is pump. Either it works or it doesn't work. The other section which is consuming the bulk of the steel, that is the infrastructure, rail, port, airport, construction of buildings, tall buildings, roads, all these consume the long products. And bear in mind that the skill in these areas from the steel produced by the long products manufacturer to the value addition is approximately 30 to 40 rupees per kilo. That means 50% is the value addition. Now, I'm glad that Wilson has mentioned this partly about reinforcement. You please bear in mind that this particular bulk of the steel is being handled by unskilled workers. Unlike electrical and automobile areas where you have skilled or trained workmen. So you do not know, I don't know how many of you are from the construction sector. The way this steel is handled at the site, you may provide a service center as you mentioned, but the value addition for the machine, its capital, its depreciation, all added together compared with the contractor doing the work at site, bulk of the consumer, and also bulk of these consumers are government funded projects. So you imagine whether the service center will be requested for the supply or the government's mechanism of procurement, government or government agencies or public sector undertakings. So please bear in mind when you talk about steel and steel consumption, I'm afraid we have confined ourselves to a small sector. I would say 20% of the total steel produced will be consumed by this sector, but we have not touched upon the 80% consumption, how it can be modified, how it can be better serviced, how it can be better utilized. That's all.
This gives me an idea that we need to do a next program on steel handling management.
Yeah. And also what you touched upon is since we are mainly a company who produces a lot of infrastructure products. You know, now we are coming into HR and CR and galvanized, but so far we have been producing beams, rails, rebars, heavy plates, which are mainly getting consumed in infrastructure sector. So I will be very happy to inform you that we are running 2 or 3 skill development units, you know, closer to our plants or in Odisha and Chhattisgarh, where we train people on these technologies. You know, also, Tata also has doing that. We have been doing a lot of mason training programs we are running, you know, as part of our activities, you know, so we teach them how to handle these products. You know, so. Yeah, that's true. So somewhere we need to start.
Certainly.
Yeah, agreed.
Because if we see the total steel manufacturing, the majority is long products only, which is handled by, you rightly said, unskilled people. So very well point made. Anyone else like to make a point here?
So I
Ashwaji, you
just wanted to
ask?
add.
Yeah,
So
sir.
what you have said is what we have gone through, and it is painful. So while we had almost, we call it ready build centers. So the ready build centers can make any kind of the rebars in any kind of shape and form, and so that it can, if there is a pillar, there is a cage which is formed, and it is just kind of installed out there and fixed, and concrete is poured out there, and there are various, whether it is for flooring, roofing, etc. Almost for 5 years, our ready build centers were operating with 30% capacity utilization because of this very challenge what you've said, because the steel which is processed through these ready build centers is very costly compared to a manual labor which you can have a labor contractor, and on the project site you get that. So there has been issues, but I'm happy to report that what was for 5 years we have been struggling. Last 3 years, and some of our channel partners have also sold off their centers because it was not becoming viable. But last 3 years we have persevered, and it is in the right direction, because if our country is evolving, and there is technology in construction, there is speed of construction, there is a quality of construction, and we have seen, and with so many involvement of I would say it's not the steel suppliers, but I think the fraternity of architects, contractors, engineers, and a lot of working with the specification bodies. I think now from 30% levels, we are seeing that it has gone up to 70 to 80% levels. So there is a change which has taken place, because, for example, government is driving at roads to be built at a certain kilometer. So I'm not talking about service center will help that, but the mindset and what is being demanded in the construction sector. So there is change which is coming in, and which is positive for the service center kind of a thing. And the problem, as you said, is large, yes, because almost 65% is construction, if you look at consumption side. And we have discussed to some part construction, largely the 35%. And long products is roughly around 50% plus. So to that extent, yes, the size of the problem is large. But I think from that emanates the opportunity also, and the hope that things will keep moving in that direction. Thanks.
Anyone else in the audience?
Yeah, Mr. Kama, this question is for you. The last mile connection, the most important is finance. And traders, distributors have limited capital, whereas manufacturers have a lot of capital, or they have access to capital. We all hear, and we've spoken multiple times, if Tata Capital can take out a product exclusively for the steel industry, because we have a challenger. Most of the SMEs are not bank approved or do not have a rating, but they have the willingness to pay, and they need small credit, anywhere between 10 to 50 lakhs. If that can be addressed in an exclusive product. No, but for steel, because we deal with them, and I see that.
I think that's a fair ask, and what you also mentioned, I think.
In my earliest stint in AMNS, we indulged, or rather they indulged us both ways, in Tata Capital.
Yeah, but I think what has been a very common pain point, so to say, is like while the funding, what Mr. Ashwad is mentioning, is generally available to the tier 1 distributors at a much easier, maybe from financiers such as us, or maybe even some other institutions. But the pain point remains when it comes to the people who are the actual consumers, who could be the MSME customers, who are possibly a tier 1, tier 2 vendor to some of the large OEMs also, maybe present in deep tier. So yes, I think it's a point well taken. What we have done from our part is, in association with working with, of course, AMNS and Tata Steel, Jindal Steel, JSW, etc., is that we have tried to build a program which caters to this smaller ticket size, which is typically like a 10, 50 lakhs or 40 lakhs kind of a requirement. And the requirement is also that much often. So people, in fact, there are quite a few customers in Coimbatore who are there in the pump manufacturing business, who are vendors to some of the larger pump manufacturing businesses, where we have this kind of facilities, what we typically called as the Sugam loan. It takes care of this smaller requirements, and the way we have tried to do is do away with some of the issues that you mentioned just now about not having the financials, having but the intention to pay being there, but the records is something which may not be as per what the banking system asks for. Maybe the collaterals may not be there. So that's something that we have tried to address through that Sugam loans, which typically is like a quick working capital fix for the customers there.
So as steel service center or trader, the challenge we face is from online companies. They're de facto fintech, and they've become traders and value adders. And they have access to this NBFC format internally. We don't have, and so we're losing business to them on this
No,
part of
absolutely
finance.
point taken, because at the end of the day, we wouldn't want, and that's what the intent has been when we engage with the large steel integrated companies also, is that they wouldn't want their channel partners to double up as a financing agent or a partner in time to come. So there are, I'm sure if you were to ask Mr. Wilson or Mr. Pradhan or Mr. Arun, I'm sure they have some views on this. If there's anything that you would like to address in terms of these facilities, either of you.
So, my personal view, it's not a company view per se, but my personal view is the value addition of the entity between the customer and whether you call it a distributor or a processing center will be more, I feel, more on processing and value adding. Whereas the other two there were three activities. One is processing, second is delivery, third is financing. So there will be stronger people and more efficient people who will come with maybe cheaper cost of funds, and they will provide, and that is what we are seeing, the fintechs which are coming in. There will be people who will be specialized in logistics, and that is how we see today. I don't, if you heard that or a set of customers you may be hearing, everybody needs urgently, just in time. Without, steel should also come with Swiggy and Zomato, like it, or Blinkit. Well, we cannot do that. So, but I'm sure there are people who are coming up. There is, for example, the third party logistics companies which are servicing both the inbound and outbound of all these, say Reliance Fresh or whatever, Amazon, etc. So people are doing it on a daily basis. So I think specialized agencies for third party logistics will also come in. And hence what is core for the distributors, if I may call it, is value addition through service centers. And finance as well as logistics will start becoming non-core, and there will be economies of scale, and I think there will be a cost advantage for letting go of those activities instead of doing everything. That is my personal
So I think in interest of time, if we go any further, we'll come in way of the lunch, and that's not something we would desire to do so. So I would request Monica to have the last question and
Yeah. So
this,
before we close this session, we are going very timely, by the way, if you have all noticed. So we have planned to finish this session at 1:30. So before we close, I'd like to raise one question to my all panelists and moderator about what kind of MSME initiatives are you taking to, support them. So I'll start from maybe you, and then Pradhanji, and then MNS and Tata.
Sure. So one thing is definitely in terms of whatever the initiatives that we are doing on the MSME. One is, of course, what I briefly addressed to Mr. Ashirwad's question on the working capital funding. We also have factoring lines that we have now started setting up for the MSME segment. The other thing which comes to my mind post hearing the views from the panelists is also about the kind of investments that will start coming up in the servicing center as we look at more investments coming which are more technology driven, etc. Tata Capital as a financing entity can definitely participate in trying to offer funding solutions either through loans or leases for those customers also. So these are some of the things that come to my mind. If there's anything more, maybe we can discuss it offline. Mr. Pradhan?
So know, the three factors which an MSME will look is, one is the availability, another is the price, and third is the finances, right? Finances, as we are seeing, you know, there are a lot of NBFCs are coming up, and there are a lot of fintech companies are coming up. So going forward, I don't see finance will be a major issue, you know. We have been solving it with our distribution model for our B2C customers and to a retail network. So there are a lot of things which are getting evolved. So this problem will be resolved, you know, sooner or later. The second part is about the availability and prices, you know. Most of the MSME customers are more concerned on the fluctuating prices, you know. So as a company, we are working on models where it can be more of an index-based type of pricing, where we can give them assured type of pricing support without depending too much on the price fluctuations on the marketing side. We're also working on the network design, as we are seeing, more focused on the demand clusters of MSMEs, so that the availability will be much faster. You know, and in all these factors, you know, the technology is playing a very vital role. So as I was saying, we are working on some digital twins, we are working on some TOC-based models, and we are working on some AI-based models. So work on a model which will solve these problems comprehensively.
I think to MSMEs, we would be making material available. So the point comes back to material availability and supplies. So when finance is taken care by our financial institutions. So on the availability part, we make sure that the material is available for the domestic players first, for the domestic requirement first, and then for others. And we have special tie-ups with national small-scale industries to facilitate MSMEs. And apart from that, what we have initiated is for Tier 2, Tier 3 MSMEs, we are giving some dealership programs for coated products. So which is also an initiative that is taken. And for the last 1 year, we are running it successfully. So these are a few initiatives that we have taken for MSMEs from EMNS.
So in Tata Steel, we have started a digital platform called Digica, and there are various services which are now being microservices being offered through Digica. Digica is a portal where an MSME can buy, connect with the company directly and buy steel. So that is one, so that direct access to the company instead of, that is the first. Second is what we have started floating our financing schemes out there. So anybody who has a financing need can come directly, and it gets routed through our Urja financing program or Tata Capital. It gets routed directly, and online on the platform, the limits are sanctioned. And in a very quick lead time. That is the second thing that we are doing. There is, we have been engaging with MSMEs on a lot of skill building and knowledge sharing platforms with industry experts. What we have now, we have gone to the next level where we have started a new company called Tata Steel Industrial Consulting. I think some of our colleagues from there would be there. Tata Steel Industrial Consulting has been formed specially for the MSMEs, where they will help in terms of if somebody wants to put up a service center, they will help in doing that. The productivity of the service center, the technology selection, the equipment selection, and in terms of setting up the various processes, right from environmental safety and people development. So we have understood the need that an MSME will not remain an MSME. We have seen how the definition of the MSME has also changed, because the manufacturing units have grown. That is the kind of opportunity we are seeing in India, and they will grow into, all the MSMEs will be much bigger manufacturing entities. To that extent, this is a need we felt that we can come and help with. And apart from that, we are continuing with in terms of bringing best practices what are there for the service center, whether it is for flat as well as for long, especially in the areas of automation and productivity. So that is where we are trying to work things out.
Thank you everyone on the panel. I think it's been a wonderful conversation that we have had today. Wonderful to hear your views. So I think with that, that's the end of it. If there are any questions or any observations you wish to have, I'm sure we can have it during the lunchtime and thereafter. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So once again, can we have a round of applause for our chair and moderator, Mr. Narendra Kamath, CEO, Capital, Tata Capital and co-moderator Ms. Monica Bachchan and all our esteemed panelists onto the dais for such a valuable session, ladies and gentlemen. So now, Sir, we would like to honor you and felicitate you in appreciation of your significant contribution and your wonderful presence. So I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to do the honors. So I would like to please join us a little forward. So once again, let's give it up for our chair and moderator, Mr. Narendra Kamath, CEO, Tata Capital. Thank you so much, sir. And we request Mr. S.K. Pradhan, Chief Marketing Officer, JSP Group, Mr. Wilson Putti, Chief of Marketing, Branded Products, ECA at Tata Steel. Thank you so much, sir, for your wonderful presence and the great session. Last but not least, we have Mr. G. Arun, Business Leader, Hypermart, South Region, AMNS, India. Thank you so much, sir, once again. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, let's all put our hands together for all our esteemed panelists onto the dais. Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session on enhancing domestic steel consumption through regionalization. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now we are breaking for lunch and some networking. So we will all see you at sharp 2:30. So from 1:30 to 2:30 we have a lunch break. So we'll all see you at 2:30. So you go right side. Ma'am, guide karna hai. You need to guide them that side. All right, ladies and gentlemen, the lunch is being served in the opposite hall. So you need to go out and then you have a pathway. We have the step towards and there it will lead to the lunch area. So thank you so much. We'll see you all in next 1 hour. That's at 2:30. Thank you so much for joining us. Absolutely. So, once again, our lunch sponsor, Jindal Sweet and Power. Gold sponsor, Ronak Steel Trading, Tata Capital. Lanyard sponsors, MPL Steel Pipes. Exchange sponsors, MXC Metal and Energy. So, once again, we would like to thank all our sponsors for their incredible support and contribution being delivered. On that note, so I'm sure everybody is geared up for a nice stimulating discussion and a presentation coming your way. And to do the honors, may I invite onto the stage Mr. Chitranjan Rege, the head of PMT Base Metals MCX India, on the presentation on commodity hedging and its benefits by MCX India. So with a round of applause, let's welcome Mr. Chitranjan Rege to please join us on the dais. Over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Without a doubt, the lunch session was too good. What we want to discuss right now is a simple theme which probably can address many of the issues what we discussed during the first session about prices, about fluctuations, about volatility. So you probably, MCX as an entity probably could be alien to many of you at the moment. But I am sure by the end of this the session, probably it will give you a very good idea as to how, what we do, how we do, where we stand, and how we are going to contribute to the industry now for steel industry. Now to a bit about us. In terms of as to what is already listed, in terms of activity and entity, we are very similar to what BSE and NSE are and what they do. So it is essentially about SEBI allowing us to list many products, and what all we have listed is at the moment peripheral to what this industry does. But I am sure couple of the products what we have listed are very relevant to the steel industry, which in my opinion, in some way, nickel and zinc, for that matter, are. So the non-ferrous basket is already listed on the exchange. When I say already listed, in a sense, we have listed them. The price discovery happens there. We trade from morning 9 a.m. to 11:30 in the evening on a continuous basis. So whether the difference or the impact is happening because of the the global metal prices, whether it is about the currency volatility, whether it is about the demand supply, whether it is about the import export and the commerce ministry angle, sum total of all is traded on the exchange, and that's how the price discovery happens. So I'm sure that as we have been discussing that the prices fluctuate and all that, but I can tell you that the uniqueness about the base metals, and I am sure this is the case I am trying to build for eventual value proposition which I am going to discuss, is about the steel rebar contract what we are likely to list pretty soon. That the availability of the raw material and all of that is very region specific. So the availability, the route, mines and everything is very region specific, which is no different in steel. But the consumption is everywhere. So globally, everybody is, requires, stuff for housing, everybody requires stuff for automobile, everybody requires stuff for, utensils making and the canes, the cans, and the, the medical profiles and everything. So the utility remains global, same is the case in steel, but the availability in terms of the route and the mines and everything becomes very region specific. And that is the reason why this price discovery happens at a global level. So this is not a regional play. This is not a a state in a sense, a region or a province related issue. It is listing or doing right about the price discovery of a product which is global in nature. Consumption is global, supply is local per se when it comes to mine, but also there is a huge role played by the recycling industry, which allows or which does recycling of the product, brings it back to the mainstream, and again it gets refurbished and comes back into the system. So metals for per se, unlike unlike agri, probably suppose, there is a crop, crops get consumed, and thereafter another crop comes in, and that's how the consumption happens, which means it perishes at the end of it. But if you look at the metals, it's not non-perishable, so perpetually the cycle will go on, that you produce, you recycle, or produce, you supply to the audience, and after a definite life cycle, the system, it comes back to the system, gets recycled and this thing. So there is a clear divide between a primary and a secondary produce, but that's separate. But in terms of supplies and this thing, it is the recycling becomes a very integral to what this price discovery is. Now this is what I wanted to probably depict via a value chain demonstration, that there will be a miner which is locally somewhere, which will send the raw material to the refiner, who will make it to the usable form. The product manufacturer will use this, the refiner or the intermediary to make the end produce, which is the final application which will go for consumption. And thereafter, with the product life cycle ending, as we know, like say for automobiles, the current prescription that 15 years they have to be recycled. There is extension which comes for 5 years, but beyond that, you have to go for recycling. So same way, once you recycle, imagine the way in which the automobiles are happening. The components are broken, the parts are, the components are taken away, parts are differentiated, and they are all bundled together, and again it goes into the mainstream for the final application to be rerouted into the mainstream. So that's how the secondary supply comes in. Primary supply continues via the mining route perpetually, and sum total of this is where the exchanges play a role, because they are able to demonstrate that at this point in time, looking at the demand side of the market and looking at the supply side of the market, what is the price for a given product at any point in time. The reason I am telling you all of this is that we have a very established and a credible model already working for base metals, where the efficient price discovery is already happening. People are already using that platform for hedging purpose, whether it's a producer, whether it's a a value addition or a consumer, and it also becomes a delivery of last resort. When I say delivery of last resort, which means that if we accept the fact that there will always be an imbalance in the demand supply. Now, for example, if any mill or anything is running at say, probably making about say 25,000 tons of any metal, for argument's sake, steel making every month. So their expectation is that the offtake should be minimum 25, and if the good times they are able to ramp up, they probably will do 26,000, 27,000. That's possible by doing a very efficient work. But imagine if the demand is not there, and if they have to cut down their production, that's actually costing them, because the fixed cost won't come down. They have to maintain the workforce, they have to maintain the electricity cost, they have to pay for the raw material cost, they have to pay for the working capital, and all of that would result into lowering of margins and a trouble like that. So the point I am trying to say is that when the exchanges play a very big, a very solid role when it comes to delivery of last resort, is when the producers are able to dispose their inventory, which is otherwise unsold in the open market on the exchanges, and get remunerated right away. So we don't position ourselves as consumers, we don't position ourselves as value addition guys, but we are a simple mechanism where producers can dispose their goods, or for that matter, anybody who has got a surplus inventory which they don't want to use, and rather than blocking the working capital, they can deliver on the MCX based on the certain parameters. So these are the critical things, and it's important that this is already being practiced in the base metals. And if the steel industry understands this well now, it makes perfect sense, because when we list our steel rebar contract, which will be relevant for the people who have assembled here, they can make a good use of this for price discovery. So which means getting rid of all the SMSs and the storytelling and this, that and the other, which happens every probably 4 or 5 SMS every day. And in lieu of that, if there is a perpetual price discovery which is happening between 9 AM to 11:30 PM, leaving no room for anybody else to actually do a fabrication. SMS from one source will give you one price, SMS from second source will give you a different price, and you will end up only doing reconciliation rather than taking an informed decision. So informed decision is when you are looking at the third party platform, which will help you to gauge a price discovery. And its price discovery is not only of the commodity, it is not only of the raw material, it is also for currency, it is also for all the, the import duties and everything, and the transport costs and all of that. So, moment you have a solid price discovery X some place, the negotiation thereafter for you becomes very easy. So, for example, if MCX says that we are going to list 10 mm, X Raipur price for steel rebar BIS 500, this is the basic parameter which is non-negotiable. The screen will always show you this price. And if you are a guy which is not based in Raipur, but you are producing identical grade, suppose you are based in Coimbatore, you are also producing 10 mm, I mean probably you will, you can produce multiple, the sizes, but I am saying giving example of 10 mm, the only thing changing is you are not delivering at Coimbatore, not delivering at Raipur, but you are delivering at Coimbatore. Only thing you have to think is the difference of transport or difference of availability of the metal vis-a-vis what the M6 price is. Rather than going through entire guesswork, today I bought coal at this price, tomorrow I don't know what will be the price, and so on and so forth. So benchmarking becomes very easy. In real life, I mean, I would encourage you all to also look at our zinc prices and nickel prices. I mean, I'm sure for galvanizing purpose, everybody uses zinc. Zinc prices becomes a very good reference. Our prices are now the reference price for entire domestic, consumer and producer fraternity. Same way, when we list the steel rebar contract, that is the comfort, that is the benefit you are going to get on a longer term. Now, another interesting references were made this morning. I met one gentleman, and I mean, and it's true for all. I mean, we worked, we've listed so many products that we know for sure. If you meet any of the producer, all their life they only want one thing: the price should go up. All right. And you go to the consumer side, all their life they only want the prices to come down. And the traders stroke in the ferrous trade, I believe there is a huge fraternity which positions themselves as trader, but they are essentially the financiers of wherever the banks and the NBFCs are finding it difficult to go and fund it, they will come with the value addition and give you the funding for that as a trader. So, I mean, traders would love to be on one side when the prices are trending in one way, and traders would love to be on the other side when the prices are trending the other way. So, I mean, for them, there is something or the other to be done, whether the prices are going up or going down. But frankly speaking, the reality of the trade or the reality of the life is that the prices are not perpetually going up one way, and the prices are not going perpetually down other way. There is always an equilibrium which we have to acknowledge and accept, that there is a demand supply scenario which constantly keeps changing. You cannot manage or cannot visualize every variable which is there in the trade sitting at one place. Even if you are connected to multiple things, that's great, but I mean, having connected to really have a pulse of what's going on in the other constituent mind, which becomes very difficult. So our point is, you have to look at the methods in which you can hedge yourself, and the price risk of the commodity can be managed. So, and we usually encounter two type of people who believe that the do nothing, perpetually keeps doing year or year whatever we have done, we'll continue doing that, and we will see profit and loss is more of a God given thing. Sometimes we'll make it, sometimes we'll lose it, and that's how we'll work. Now this luck factor can probably support you for a while, but you cannot be lucky perpetually. As against that, we believe hedging is a fantastic option where one can use the financial instrument to offset any price volatility which happens in the commodity markets. And we believe the people in the base metals sector who are consumers or producers of aluminium, copper, nickel, lead and zinc are already subscribing to it, and we are very confident that we bring that value to the table to the audience here for the steel rebar when we list that contract sometime soon. So as I have already told you, whether you name the entity in the trade, whether importer, exporter, processors, producers, consumers, traders, there is always a price risk they carry. I mean, if you're a producer who have got a mine, every ton of raw material, the iron ore you process, and whatever the royalty you pay to the government is a function of price at which you're going to sell your final produce. So that is the reason there's a wishful thinking that you always wanted price to be higher so that the realizations are always better. Exactly opposite is the consumer who would want the raw material price to be always lower so that he does the value addition, he becomes affordable to the final end consumer, and his branding and everything takes care of the market share, and that's how he makes money. But having said so, this will be a complete guesswork if you are not depending on a more organized methodology to manage price risk rather than doing a kind of Bhagwan Bharose thing. So what are the contract specs? This is how the standardization happens, and before I really introduce you to the steel rebar contract, let me quickly run you through how the contracts are standardized on MCX for the base metals. Aluminium, lead and zinc, all contracts are 5 metric tons, the regular contract, and we have mini variants for each of that, which is 1 metric ton. The copper is 2.5 tons and nickel is 1.5 tons. The respective, the copper and nickel are underlying product what gets delivered is cathodes, and the underlying products which gets delivered on aluminium, lead and zinc is ingots. And each of these have a delivery center. So aluminium is ex Raipur, the lead is ex Chennai, and all the 3 others are ex Thane, which is Maharashtra. And price you see on the screen is rupees per kg price for that unit. And the lot minimum trade is what you hit on the screen. So and it is what is not seen in the screen price is the 18% GST, which is levied only on the lots which are given and taken as toward the end of the contract, which means all our contracts are monthly contracts. Month end is the expiry, so any calendar month. So in the month of August, 31st was the last day, end of the contract expiry. In September, 30th September and 31st October and all that. And the last 5 working days of this contract is the delivery taking and giving period, which is simple methodology in which the organized commodity markets work. That is under the SEBI mandate. That's how we give and take the delivery, physical exchange of delivery happens. So which means the producer has to bring in and deliver the goods into our warehouses well in time so that he can tender the delivery via the settlement process during the last 5 days. The same inventory is then marked to the buyers outstanding on the exchange. We collect the money from the buyers next day and give it to the sellers, and the buyers get the e-receipt. Thereafter, after paying the 18% GST, one can remove goods from the warehouses and take out for consumption. This is a simple explanation of how the existing contracts are working on the base metals. And when we introduce the steel rebar contract, the methodology is not going to be any different than how this method is. So quickly on the mini contract, so as I have already told you that for all aluminium, lead, zinc, the mini contract is 1 metric ton uniformly. Everything is ingots, rupees on screen price is rupees per kg. So very identical. Now this is again an interesting part which is going to be very relevant even in steel. So before I jump at steel, let me explain you as to how we are operating on the other thing. For all the 4 contracts, which is copper, zinc, lead and nickel, we are present pan-India. So we have covered east, west, north, south, everywhere. So Thane in west, Calcutta in east, Chennai in south, and Palwal, which is Haryana, which is part of NCR, national capital region. So this is where all the metals are deliverable, which means the seller can choose any of these locations to deliver their goods and get remunerated on the exchange. Aluminum is the odd one out, where the primary delivery center is Raipur. So in aluminium, primary delivery center is Raipur, Thane, Palwal, Calcutta and Chennai are additional delivery centers, which means we are present in aluminium, we are present pan-India, including the center. And the reason I am explaining aluminium in so greater length is that steel is going to be very, very same. We believe the dynamics of steel is very identical to what aluminium structure is, and the delivery center is going to be identical, with the exception that we will not have Calcutta there, but there is, the Durgapur is the additional delivery center for steel. Now, coming to as to what we have done so far. So, really happy to illustrate as to the quantum of value and quantum of quantity which gets transacted on our platform on a regular basis, because a lot of people find it very difficult to digest that such a high value item like base metal, where the price of the underlying commodity is somewhere like, right now copper price is somewhere close to about 750 rupees a kg without GST. Zinc and aluminum and everything is around 200 rupees, and nickel is in excess of 2000 rupees per kg. So my point is, when we say that on an average we trade close to about 31,000 tons of metal, I urge you to imagine that no matter how big producer or consumer you may be, it's very easy to transact seamlessly on the exchange for any bigger or a smaller quantity which you may have. And same is the case with the others. Copper close to about 30,000 tons, again lead about 6,000-7,000 tons, and zinc about 30,000 tons is a substantial quantity for the base metal industry to really come in and hedge themselves and this thing. The reason I'm telling you this is, when we list steel rebar, our expectation is that the quantum what base metal industry versus what the steel industry size, I will not talk of value, but mere size wise is at least 50 times bigger. So the quantum which we will trade or which we would like to trade is going to be even better. But what I want to show you that we have a credible mechanism to honor the trades which happen on our platform, no matter how bigger value gets transacted. So if you aggregate the value of what we have been trading, close to somewhere close to about 5 to 6,000 crores of value of base metals we have been trading, and we have done far greater numbers than that. And I can assure you that come what may, you will never be disappointed in terms of honoring the commitments. Now, this is a simple illustration that we will never give you a breakup. So when the screen price is X Raipur, X the aluminum price is X Raipur, and every other component which you may think of is part and parcel. So we do not give breakup, it's an absolute number which trades. Now, the reason I'm saying is that when I say X Raipur 10 mm steel Fe 500, there is no breakup available. The price on the screen becomes the price at which you would like to transact. You want to sell, that is the price at which you will sell. You want to buy, that is the price, available price. You will have to go and hit the screen. And that's how the price discovery starts happening on a regular basis. GST is non-tradable. It's a standard number, 18%. So only on the deliverable lot it is charged separately. And the credit can be passed on. So there is never an issue on that, but it is not the part of the screen price. So when we list steel rebar, we will not tell you what is the iron ore price, we will not tell you what the coal price, we will not tell you what is the local taxation structures are, we will not tell you what is the transportation cost, we will not take into account whether the diesel prices are going up, down, or petrol prices are going up and down. The screen price is the best reference you may have to really make a judgment whether the prices are going up or going down. And it's a secular price discovery. Whether you are in east, west, north, south, wherever you are located, everybody has an equal opportunity, equal footing to transact on MCX based on we being online platforms, very similar to what NSE and BSE do. So there is never going to be a challenge for you to participate and this thing. So now, why don't I show you as to what we. So these are the quality specifications what we have listed for aluminum. Aluminum ingots primary, and we also deal in sows and T-bars which are additional this thing. In zinc it is ingots, and lead it is ingots. Copper and nickel, as I told you, is this thing. On the base metals, the quantum of deliveries which we have seen in last 1 year, which has gone via settlement, this is more, over and above the quantity which gets delivered on MCX warehouses, is this much, close to about 30,000 tons of aluminum, lead about 7,500, zinc about 25,000 tons, copper about 20,000. This much has got cleared via the MCX settlement cycle, which I believe once the steel gets listed and starts participating, the number is going to be far greater. Now let's talk of the topic which is very relevant to the audience here. The construction guys, the producers of rebar, the consumers, the construction industry, or the contractors, or the builders. For everybody, the contract will be relevant. So Details are as such that these are, we will have monthly contracts for 5 months, which means, for September, October, November, December, that's how the sequence will work. There will never be a break in between. Monthly contracts will be available. Last working day is going to be the expiry. So month end expiry, which means the last 5 working days, so excluding Saturday, Sunday, last 5 working days are going to be when the deliveries will be given and taken, which means if you are a seller on the exchange, if you have sold a quantity on the, quantity on the exchange, it is your obligation to bring in goods of the designated quality, designated size, designated paperwork and deliver into the MCX accredited warehouses of Pan India. So when I say Pan India, we will be at Raipur, we will be at Chennai, we will be at Thane, we will be at Palwal, and we will be at Durgapur. Any of the locations, seller can bring in, deliver the goods at the screen price. We will not provide any premium discount to the location. You deal in multiples of 5 tons. The one lot is 5 tons. On screen, when you sell minimum 5 tons and multiples. Keep doing so. Multiple contracts can be, multiple lots can be transacted. And when you buy in multiples of 5 tons. And eventually, you will get delivery on the warehouse, which is pre-designated by the exchange. So there is a weight tolerance of 10%. So this is very elementary thing. You may not find it relevant because conventionally you are accustomed or habitual of bundle sizes which are different, which have been tailored to the requirement of the lorry size which is going to transact. So somebody will say that I pack at 2.6 tons bundle. Somebody says 4.1 ton bundle, but it's fine. But when it brings to the MCX angle, we say that our bundle sizes have to be 5 metric tons plus minus 10%. So which means 4.5 metric tons to 5.5 metric tons, the bundle sizes are acceptable. The base delivery base grade what we have listed is 10 mm. So why don't I come to the other specifications? Okay. So base strength what we have listed is Fe 500 and the base size what we have listed is 12 mm. So does this mean that producers of grade higher than that, which is Fe 500D, Fe 550 and Fe 550D, whether they can deliver? Yes, they can deliver. But there will not be a premium discount to these things, which means we say that the price discovery is happening for Fe 500 and you deliver any grade higher than that as a delivery of last resort, you will get paid by the screen price. We are not going to offer any premium or a discount to that. Number 2, delivery centers, base location is Raipur, but the seller can deliver at Thane, at Palwal, at Chennai or Durgapur of their choice. Now, is there going to be a premium discount to the delivery centers? The answer is no. Our belief is that you will deliver into MCX only as delivery of last resort. You will dump MCX, inventory on MCX only when it is not getting sold elsewhere. This brings us to an important point that if everything remaining same, out of these 5 locations, which will be the most competitive at the screen price? And we believe it will be Raipur. And the sense I have talking to the physical market is that probably, Durgapur also may find comfort in selling around that price. So which means, given constraints, the likely, I would say, periphery or a likely location where we are going to receive premium, the inventory as a, from the seller's obligation is likely to be either Durgapur or Raipur to begin with. At the locations which are far away, Thane, Chennai and Palwal, because we are not providing any premium discount, unless somebody has got an inventory lying which is not getting sold, probably then they can deliver on MCX, but which will take time to happen. But I'm trying to tell you is that whatever is happening will happen without premium discount. If one has to sell 550, it is without any premium. If one is delivering in Chennai, it is without premium, and so on and so forth. At the same time, we recognize the fact that any construction or any project work cannot work only with one size, and there are multiple sizes are needed. So, our sense is 12 mm constitutes about 40 to 45% of the total construction ratio. So that has been kept as base size, but 8 mm, 10 mm, 16 mm, 20 mm and 25 mm is also deliverable, which means you as a seller you have you can provide, delivery of any of these. Can deliver without a so here again there is no premium discount. So what I am trying to simplify and tell you is X Raipur 12 FE 500, that is the price discovery on screen, but everything can be delivered any other grade, any other location or any other sizes. So that's my some bit, and I believe that we will do value addition to this industry. There are host of other links which are available on our website which regularly provide inputs on where are the warehouses, how much is the inventory, and all of that. You click on this and you will get it. We being a regulated exchange, our I would say entity wise we are very similar to what BSE and NSE are, and we are regulated by SEBI. So these are the do's and don'ts for commodity market. So when you participate eventually on the MCX base metal contracts or steel contracts, rebar, whenever it gets listed, suggested thing is that you work via the registered members, visit exchange website for information. Unique client code is most important. Deal in the authorized way of transfer of money. Don't deal in cash and all of that. So this is what we thought. It's important that we highlight and tell you that we are already running a very successful brigade of base metal contracts. Taking clue from that, I believe even for your raw material for galvanizing zinc purpose, you can use us for your routine budgeting, hedging and sourcing purposes. And once we list steel rebar with the composition I have already told you, I think we should be able to address the needs of the industry in the full scale. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Once again, a round of applause on the wonderful presentation on commodity hedging and its benefits. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable presentation. So now we are going to have a very special presentation by Mr. Gaurav Saraf, MD Bharat Steel. So I request you to please join us onto the dais with a big hand, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, everybody. Can we have the AV, please?
Welcome to Color Shine Coated Private Limited, where we're dedicated to building a future.
Bharat Steel Chennai Private Limited, established in 1989, is one of the largest steel trading companies in Tamil Nadu. We have long-term associations with Steel Authority of India Limited, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited, and JSW Steel for its wide range of products. Bharat Steel is an authorized exclusive distributor for Sale Secure TMT, serving 12 districts of Tamil Nadu, including Tiruvallur and Chennai. Distributor for Sale Structural Products for Pan Tamil Nadu. Our product range includes TMT bars from 6 mm to 32 mm, structural steels including angles, channels, flats, rounds and beams, HR plates and sheets from 1.6 mm to 100 mm in different grades. We have a state-of-the-art facility to stock materials which is spread over an area of 3 acres, equipped with 5 EOT cranes of 20 metric tons each. 112 kV generators along with solar roof for sustainable future and green living. Weigh bridges to weigh up to 100 tons. Self-owned transporting facility with trucks of different capacities. And just-in-time delivery process enables Bharat Steel Chennai Private Limited in providing end-to-end solutions to its customers. We are also equipped with our own service center in Salem to process HR coils from 1.6 mm to 16 mm thickness up to 2000 mm width. We are one of the proud job work partners to Salem Steel Plant for their stainless steel cut-to-length requirements. Our company's facility is geared towards efficient supply of material, thereby helping us achieve 1 lakh metric tons of annual supply to a variety of industries and mega projects. We are not only into supplying steel, but have gone far ahead in giving end-to-end solutions in roofing and pre-engineered building segment. Crayon Roofings and Structures is an end-to-end steel roofing solution provider, catering to roofing sheets, C and Z purlins, decking sheets, etc. Metra Steel Buildings Private Limited is a complete turnkey solution provider in pre-engineered building space, equipped to take up steel and civil turnkey projects. Much of our success can be attributed to our reputable and reliable client base, which has come to appreciate the service and quality received from Bharat Steel Chennai Private Limited. Together, we are Bharat Steel Group.
So that was a brief presentation, a corporate film about us. So yes, I'm Gaurav. I'm the Group CEO for the Bharat Steel Group. We have 4 companies in our ambit, as you've seen, and each 4 cater to different segment of requirement of steel and service, allied services. So first being Bharat Steel Chennai Private Limited, we are into steel trading since last 3 decades and more. And as the presentation said, we trade up to 1 lakh ton annually and more than that. We are well associated with JSW Steel, Steel Authority of India Limited, Rashtriya Ispat Nigam Limited from last 20 years to 30 years. And for all their products, namely flat and long projects, say that be structural steel, that be flat steel, TMT, hot rolled in various grades and thicknesses. And we have service center. We have a service center coming up in Chennai, which can cater from 1.6 to 25 mm HR coils with up to 2.5 meters width, which is upcoming in Chennai, which would be commissioned by January. And coming to our second segment is our crayon roofings, where we are again JSW Coloron Plus distributors, and we are manufacturers of purlins, decking sheets, which caters to PEB segment, mezzanine segment, etc. And then comes our third segment, which we started last year, which is our pre-engineered building segment, where we are currently working on approximately 250,000 square foot of spaces for industrial and warehousing segment, where we take up end-to-end projects from designing stage till the execution and handing over this same to the customer. And fourth division, which is the most important division to us, is our service center division, where we have cut-to-length lines, slitting lines. I'm proud in informing you that we are one of the only ones who can process stainless steel slitting up to 10 mm. So any requirements of HR or stainless steel, we can slit, blanket, narrow width, cut to length, and give you as per your requirement. Not only this, we have innovated in the way we make pre-engineered buildings with the help of our service center. So we slit the material, we make webs and flanges, and which is ready to use steel. So we supply ready to use steel to a lot of our PEB customers. For them, it is a simple job of tack welding it and continuous welding it. There is no loss of, there's no burn loss for the customer, no, problems of handling the scrap, generating the scrap, storing the scrap. So thereby, our processes are so efficient that the customer saves at least 3 to 4% in construction of our PEB webs and flanges and columns, rafters, everything. So again, this stainless steel slitting is especially put up for SSP's plant, which they manufacture 409 grade, which is used for Vande Bharat, and wagons which are used by Indian Railways. So that's all about us. So in case any requirements are there or any, also we specialize in reducting your scrap. So we can help you give solution which will help you reduce your scrap in your process. by maybe slitting or value adding the product, or suggesting you roll forming machines, getting automation, so that you as a MSME customer who are into engineering or fabricating can reduce scrap and thereby achieve better productivity and better margins. So this is us. We are Bharat Steel Group, and we cater to end-to-end services in various segments. Thank you for your patience hearing.
Check. All right, thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful presentation. So now moving on, ladies and gentlemen. Are we all geared up for the session 3? How are you all feeling? Great. How's the session going on, the entire conference? Great. So I'm sure everybody is feeling great and excited for the next session too on that note. So this session is going to be on building national infrastructure through advanced techniques, and to do the honors, let's all join our hands together and welcome our chairperson and moderator, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO Downstream Business, JSP Group, and our co-moderator, Ms. Monica Bachchan, to please join us. And we'd also like to invite our panelists to please join us on the dais, Mr. Zakaria George, former scientist, CSIR, SERC, and principal structural consultant, Meridien and Partners, Chennai, Mr. E. Suresh Raj, Senior GM Engineering, Tata Blue Scope, to please join us. So ladies and gentlemen, let's all put our hands together for the panelists too. And today, in this session, we are going to learn a lot about innovations in design and construction, conventional steel buildings for infrastructure projects, and how we can do the advancement in construction and structural steel.
So good afternoon, everyone, and now we are having a very interesting session on building national infrastructure through advanced techniques. Here, our chair and moderator, Mr. R.V. Sridhar. He is a CEO Downstream Business, Jindal Steel Power Group, and I'm your co-moderator. With me, I have Mr. Zacharya George, former scientist, CSIR, SERC, and Principal Structural Consultant of Pithavadiya and Partners, Chennai, Mr. E. Suresh Raj, Senior GM Engineering, Tata Blue Scope. In this session, we will be discussing about innovations in design and construction, conventional steel building and infrastructure projects, advancement in construction and structural steel. Now I'll hand over to our session chair. Sir, over to you.
Good afternoon, all. Before we start this session, this thing on infrastructure, India is the fastest growing economy in the world. 7.8% was the last quarter's GDP growth. And overall, IMF predicts, and even Goldman Sachs says 6.7 will be the total GDP growth of this financial year. We have constructed about 6 million kilometers, nearly 25% since 2014, the road kilometers. By next year, we'll be crossing the US as the largest road kilometers in the world. So a lot of things are happening. And then again, broadband connections are 832 million, which is one of the largest in the world. Nearly 47% of the world's, UPI transactions takes place in India. Digital public infrastructure is 47%. In fact, recently we have crossed a milestone, 10 billion UPI, 10.5 billion, UPI transactions have happened in the month of August. And their target is to have 30 billion transactions, which means 1 billion transactions, UPI transactions every day. So now this is the level of which India is growing. Now, but there are a few questions which I have. For example, we are in Coimbatore, which is part of this Hospet, Dharmapuri and Krishnagiri belt, what we call it. This is the electric vehicles hub of the country. 70%, as somebody was saying this morning, of all the electric vehicles are produced here. But what about the charging infrastructure? Europe produces 25% of the world's electric vehicles. But for them, it is said that Europe has this charging infrastructure points, about 3 lakh. Now they are going towards 6.8 million charging points by 2030, which means every week they should have 14,000 charging points to be put. Now if that is the situation there, what about in India? If India has to emerge, nearly we have crossed 1 million electric vehicles this year. So this is one point which we should be looking at. Then the second point is this, the green, what about e-fuels? Right now, whatever we are using, we have been using all this, petro fuels and all that. Can we generate e-fuels, carbon capture, and then split carbon out of it, and then produce hydrogen through the electrolysis route, and then combine, carbon and hydrogen to produce diesel, e-fuels? For example, Porsche in Chile. Chile is a very windy country, as you know, worldwide. Now, Chile produces a lot of copper and so on and so forth. But Porsche plant, which is part of Volkswagen, they have put up a pilot plant which does carbon capture and then generates e-fuels out of it. So there are a lot of things which are going on. So this sort of infrastructure, electric vehicles, e-fuels, and then again, what about steel, green steel? We have a situation where H2 Green Steel, which is in the Swedish firm, producing green steel in a real-time basis. They are the only ones who have succeeded. ArcelorMittal in Canada has also succeeded. And similarly, Salzgitter and ThyssenKrupp and all that. I mean, in India, we are talking about it. When do we really produce green steel? So these are all infrastructural situations where the government should help. And $34 billion is PLI scheme subsidy, which has been coming up and to, sort of help. Now here, these sort of things we need to concentrate on. One thing which the government has done very well is the digital public infrastructure. Now what happens is this online payments, and then direct benefit transfers to various people and all that. This has saved nearly 1.1% of the total GDP, which is about $33 billion has been saved just because of the simplicity of your digital transactions. So infrastructure, all this, in fact, G20, India will be promoting this. 50 countries over 5 years will be giving this UPI, for example, the UPI, which is an Indian version, now has been made into a universal version, what we call a MOSIP. Modular open source infrastructure, identity payments and all that by IIIT Bangalore. Now, we will be giving to the world as well. This is India's contribution. So these are some of the infrastructural issues, payments, electric vehicles, charging points, green steel, so on and so forth. So with this introduction, I would request, you are the, I was quite pleased to know that you are a scientist, and your experience today morning, you gave a lot of valuable inputs, Mr. George. And we look forward to your inputs and wisdom on this, your collective experience over this entire, yeah.
Good afternoon. At the outset, let me thank Monica Bachchan for inviting me here. When she first wrote to me, I said that I'm not going to learn anything from attending this seminar. So if you want me, I can present something. Now, I don't think anybody present here is older than me. I'm 88. So when I talk about construction, whether it is building, roads, port, airport, or any any construction, including roads and bridges, a bulk of the steel produced in the country is used in that particular sector. I don't know how many of you present here are from the construction sector, dealing with steel as either as rebar or as plates or as vessels or as reinforcing bars and steel joists. Now, let me at the outset say a few things which were not told in the earlier sessions. Number one, steel has two enemies. One is corrosion. Now, we have not mentioned anything. This is a day-to-day problem that you are facing. Corrosion is the number one enemy of steel. We have solutions found, epoxy coating, galvanizing, then stainless steel, etc., etc. But all of them are rather not permanent or either too expensive for construction. Number two is in the construction sector, as I intervened in the last session, every other industry, whether it is an automobile or mechanical other appliances making, where you use steel, everybody is a trained workman. But in construction sector, you have somebody goes by the road, you give him a trowel or a bar and say that you are a mason or you are a bar bender or you are a welder. But even welder, I would say, unless he is certified, he is not supposed to work. But I have seen over the country, I have seen that most of the welders who are doing the welding have not got any license or training. They just acquired some experience, and whatever mistakes they have learned, they are repeating it on the project. So therefore, we have to look at the problem and the so-called service centers or anything what you call it. The consultants have a large role to play in this. We find that one more reason why the construction sector is not so precise is that the tolerances are too high. I cannot imagine a 1 millimeter tolerance on an electrical contact, but up to 20 millimeter or even up to 50 millimeter is the tolerance allowed in construction. It is allowed by standards. BS standards allows that. So therefore, we make to do with sab chalega. You know, this is the attitude that you take in civil construction. Therefore, that also brings in a certain amount of failure or lacunae for new technologies that are brought in. We see steel produced. If there are structural designers present here, they would know that the ideal shape of the structure is to follow the bending moment diagram, which is either parabolic or triangular. This in steel and rebar, if you look at the manufacture, and I was telling somebody from steel making, that the future lies in making steel sections which can conform to the bending moment diagram. Now this we do by detailing as far as rebar is concerned, but PEB to some extent makes over this because PEB structures, girders or columns are made by plates welded to the shape of the whatever shape you want. So therefore that advantage is there, but there again, there are problems associated with this. High technology, we follow, all the PEB manufacturers have dealt with almost all of them. I have built a large number of, designed a large number of PEB structures across the country. Now, PEB designs and everybody is perfect. You follow either American standard or British standard or English standard. But remember one thing, when you are building it in India, you have to follow the BIS code. The loads specified, the construction practices specified will have to be specific to the country. Now that brings in a lot of different. For example, American standard does not allow for or provide for a concentrated load coming on the roof, whether it is a sheet or a purlin or a main girder. But Indian code insists that there should be a concentrated load of 0.9 kilonewton anywhere. So therefore, the sheet design and fastener fixing, isn't it? Today, there are many PEB designs executed, and later the client comes back and says, can I put a solar panel on top of it? Now, when I put a solar panel, I cannot put it on to the purlins, because most of the purlins are only thin sections, 2.5 millimeter maximum. So I cannot carry that on to the purlin. It has to be done onto the frame. So similarly, there are many inputs that are not given to the designer, and so finally you come up with a solution which very often at a future date you will find it difficult to work or require modification. Now I am making this introduction and I have a few slides to show. Now earlier in 60s, 70s, 80s of Indian construction sector, when I think many of you may not have been born then. Now everybody was insisting use minimum steel, use minimum steel. And the government of India has set up several committees to find ways and means of reducing the steel consumption. That was because we were not producing the quantity that you have listed now. We were told that you should use the minimum steel. So with the result, minimum steel and more workforce, that was the criteria given to the designers. And we, at that point in time, we were in the research. So we were also looking at things, how we can do it. So we used the techniques like the earlier part of rebar. The earlier part of rebar production was converting the normal mild steel into cold worked steel. The same steel increased the yield strength by cold working. So we got the cold worked steel known as twisted steel. A large quantity of that at that time, the technology had to be imported. So we had a mandate that find a substitute. So we worked on that, and in fact, the earlier part of it, we licensed it from CSIR to Tata Steel, and it was to be produced as grip bar for concrete reinforcement. Grip bar G starts with George, that is my name. So we ran it for about 20 years and earned a substantial royalty. CSIR earned the royalty, of course I also earned part of it. Now that gave way as the technology advanced and the liberalization has taken place. The TMT bars have come into the field. So better metallurgy, because you are allowed to import compounding nickel or chromium, whatever you want to add, you can add, and elastic limits also were higher. So today, nearly everything is made of TMT bars, no cold twisted bars anymore. Just as in the early 60s and 70s, we were to make do with the old Ambassador, Fiat, or Premier Padminian standards. Whether you go in taxi or you own, you had to do with that. But with liberalization, when the imported car technology came into India, I don't think today you can see Ambassadors or Fiats on the road. Fiat you may find in another form. So therefore, the technology changes, just as I mentioned to you, the technology changed and the people will have to go along with that. Because of the government's policy, we are able to do that. Now, earlier, as part of this save steel or reduce steel consumption, we used to use the same steel for sections. We had a contract for designing the large number of petrol bunks for all the oil marketing companies. What we used to do was because most of these are cantilevers. Now when you have a cantilever, I cannot use a uniform section. I have to use a tapered section. So we used to take a normal section, cut and reverse it, and then weld it. So you used to get, or we used to have open web systems. Now, or we used to have trusses. But trusses today, many people do not like it. Trusses are the ideal form of following the bending moment diagram of bending. Everything is in compression or tension. There is no mixture. So therefore, this gave way to, for better, I would say, to the PEB structure. So there are many transformations that are taking place, but at the same time, PEB manufacturers, if they are present here, I am presenting here, I will show you a few examples also, that the design is okay. The office people sitting on the computer, they do it everything, but the man on the job does not know why such a thing is provided. So very often, during the process of erection, the main girder buckles because he doesn't know why it is and where are the lifting points. He doesn't know. Similarly, the Z purlins, you have exhibited Z purlins here. Z purlins are used both vertically and horizontally. You can imagine when the axis changes, the deflection increases, for which the designer has provided for what is known as the sag rod. But on site, 90% of the sites, we find that the sag rod is not provided. It is only at the end, after having bent, they provide the sag rod. So with this, I would rather go to the slides. Where is the remote? You have. Yeah. Okay. Now, you see this here, India can take pride in the fact that world's largest, highest range bridge is in Himalayas, recently completed. Yeah. So this is made in steel. We also should look at the other steel structures. You have the Howrah Bridge, you have the Eiffel Tower. Mind you, all these were the San Francisco Bridge, London Bridge. All these were built when there was no computer or, for that matter, not even a calculator. When I did my studies, I was using slide rule. Now, today you have computer, you can precisely make it. But the construction is still being managed or done by the same worker who has no formal training. Can you count the number of ITIs offering training for civil construction trades? You may have welder, but the welder goes to the manufacturing unit. So similarly, some of these things will steel manufacturers. Traditional use, I've listed there, you can quickly look at it. I think shortage of time, but there are so many slides I will pass through quickly. Cast iron pillars were used before steel appeared. Remarkable steel structures I have already shown you. Oh, I have gone reverse, okay. Railway platforms, the moment I said about cantilevers, most of the railway platforms are with cantilever. You see the open web system, trusses. You see this here, also railway platforms. Oil tanks, these are flat products converted into tanks, where again it is uniformly stressed, either by hoop stress or by vertical bending stresses. Huge oil refineries. Bombay, television towers, steel towers for electricity distribution. We see these days in the use of space frames and braced domes, PEB structures, castellated beams, open web joists, cold form section, hollow box sections, wide flange edge section, cable stayed bridges, computerized designs and improved construction engineering helped to promote this in India. Now these are the sketches of how we make the castellated section. The speaker had direct experience in design and construction and even invention of some of these processes. We have done some of the largest things. The Hyderabad airport, which can accommodate 1 Airbus and 2 Boeings at the same time. That is about 95 meter span. We did the design and executed. This is a steel dome over a cathedral. This is from my native place in Kerala. And part of it is in concrete, part of it is in steel. It's a space frame. This is for a large marriage hall. We used not the three-dimensional space frame, but modified space frame using normal rolled steel sections. Here also, every member is either in compression or in tension. Why I emphasize on this compression or tension is that whether it is a rebar or whether it is a steel section, the highest stress developed is only over 10% of its length. 90% of the section that you use is underutilized. Whereas in a space frame, the structure element is 100% utilized. This is one of the steel trusses, again not far from here. This is in Bargur, not far from here. This is a space frame designed by us, executed, and this is for a large canteen for large number of workers. Yeah. Pardon? Why design?
Why this, as in this looks very complicated to me. Why this is required?
Why this is required? The client wants 3,000 people to be housed for eating. So they want a large column-free space.
Column-free space.
Column-free space.
To make it column-free.
To make it column-free, it is made like that.
This hall is also column-free.
Yeah, so this individual elements were fabricated and brought to the site and erected. And that erection sequence itself, we insisted on how they are going to do it. They get it approved only from the designer. This is a three-dimensional space frame based on a patent held by me and my colleagues in CSIR at Gandhinagar, Ahmedabad. This is made up of 75 millimeter tubes in steel, and the jointing method is patented by us. It has been used in Gandhinagar. At that point in time, that is about 30 years back, the very difficult process was how to sheet it, how to cover it. And I don't know, I have not gone to Gandhinagar after that, whether it is still existing or whether it is still leaking, I do not know. This again is cantilevered construction for the petrol bunks. This is various diaries we do we are exclusive designers for National Dairy Development Board. So open web system for large sheds, column free again. Again, these are some of the constructions where large span structures, Bargur, what you see here is also in Bargur. This is the largest BPCL petrol bunk built in Chennai. That is, the span is 35 meters across. They didn't want anything in between. 35 meters. Deck slabs. is another innovation. We are using it. I think you are forming cold form sections for steel sections. And there are many things in this which the user does not understand properly. That there has to be shear legs connected to it. Nobody insists. They assume that indentations provided there is adequate. It is not. This is for Tatascope. This is a hollow box portal section designed by me in Cochin 25 years back. So I think one of the first users of the Tata hollow box section was this. I have a close association with Tatas because of my patent was handled by them. A large example here. The previous one is you can see now the Z purlin horizontally sagged. You can see the girder buckled. You can see the deflection. Now, PEB erectors, please note, this is how they play around with the base plate. The design is all perfect, but when it comes to the side, they'll do around with what is seen there. Even the base plate is cut. Corrosion, as I told you, is the enemy. This is from a fire damage structure. Steel also has got very low fire rating, and therefore one has to be very careful in using steel. Thank you. Now, these are my experiences and exposure to the steel structures, and you are welcome to ask any question on this. Thank you.
I think this was an excellent presentation. In fact, I would say it's an encyclopedia of your work. A few things which you said was, I mean, in other sections like flat steel and all, there are trained workmen, but here there are no trained workmen. Second point is the tolerances allowed here in long products and construction industries are much more sort of relaxed. So people take it a bit, as a chalta hai wide. And then you said that the building moment diagram, all those structures which follow this, I mean, these are some of the things which I myself have picked up from you now. And then that US system allows concentrated loads, whereas doesn't allow concentrated loads, whereas Indian system does allow. Anyway, so these are some of the things which you have done. Also Tata hollow box. I think all of you must have also benefited by his extensive knowledge, and we all thank him for this. Thank you, sir. So now we invite Mr. Raj to.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to Metalogic, Monica ma'am, and all audience here and the panelists. And I thank to George sir for covering the structural knowledge completely here, and I am thanking again for him to give some space for me to talk about the roofing and walling part here. I am E. Suresh Raj, heading engineering for Tata BlueScope Steel, and we are pioneering in roofing and walling and color-coated coils basically. I'll just quickly run through this presentation so that so we are the 50-50 joint venture company between BlueScope Steel and Tata Steel. Both are 120 years old company, and we produce color-coated coils in the brand name of Zincalume and Colorbond, which is the BlueScope brand basically. And we also produce roll-formed sheets, which are branded in Durashen, which is for the retail market. Infinia is also a retail market, and Lysart, actually this is for the project market, where the infrastructure comes in picture. We have done many infrastructure projects for the nation here in the last 15 years. I will discuss about, I'll just show some of the pictures of these products. And the easy build comes about the LGFS, light gauge steel frame solutions, where The zinc aluminum coated 1 mm sections are used for constructing the G+2 for full GFS, and with the combination of HR, we can build any multi-story buildings as well. Yeah, this is one of the infrastructure projects, airports, railways, we concentrate, and we completed many airports and railways. You can see the right hand side, Ritchie Airport is an ongoing project, and there are other completed projects. And this is the metros railway stations. Almost all the metro railway stations we have covered using our Lizard roofing and cladding products, which are actually color-bond steel. Okay. See why I'm showing these kind of photographs here? No, because this generally in previous years the metal claddings are really meant for industrial buildings. Beyond that, we can go for the architecturally designed buildings as well, particularly for the infrastructure projects. So that's why you are able to see the wonderfully designed airports or railways here, and some of the stadiums also here. And this is about some industrial projects. And again, steel mills, paper mills, kind of industrial projects where our color-bond steel is used. And residential as well. This comes under Easy Build, which is LGFS, light gauge steel building solution. It's a part of that as a full solution from the load-bearing structures to the roof level. And this is some of the resorts, hill stations, farmhouse, guest house, kind of things also we can provide. And these are some of the accolades Tata BlueScope Steel have won in the last 4-5 years for the #1 branding in India. See, we talk about now it's discussion about the sustainability, because it is there in our industry right now, how we have to cover our solutions towards sustainable solutions. So sustainable means it's about the steel, talking about the steel basically. So this is the cycle, less resources, and smart and innovative products, and reuse, recycle, and till its completion of the life cycle, and reuse, recycle, and dispose to the landfill without any disturbing the ecosystem. See, basically, if you see this particular sustainable things, our steel is perfectly matching on that. Our steel is the circular. Yeah. Steel is the central to circular economy. You can see we can reduce the use of the steel, and we can reuse the steel, remanufacture it, and recycle it. So all these things are possible with the steel. In fact, we use recycled materials also, and Tata Steel also does that actually. And steel is stronger, durable, flexible, reusable, and it is also recoverable by 85% from the the world one, constructed steel. So, you can see this India per capita steel consumption is 71 only, when compared to China, it is around 590. So we all, the steel industries here are trying to boost the steel consumption in the construction industry basically. We are also part of that, and we are joining with the CIDC. We tied with the CIDC in several projects, and some of the sustainability initiatives we have taken right now are here. So this is the philosophy of Tata Steel and BlueScope Steel, that is zero harm to people, zero harm to plants, and zero harm to environment. And when we talk about sustainable solution, particularly the project market, now this is the actual topic we have to think on that. Okay. So basically, whatever it is, whether it is a complete PEB building or the structural steel building or the roofing and wall cladding system, these 4 aspects, at least 3 aspects we need to concentrate actually. So one is the selection of right product or right solution, and quality of the product, and quality of construction. These 3 are very, very important. Even one is missed, then we will be in trouble. We cannot achieve the expected results. That is nothing but the performance of the building. And the periodic maintenance is another one important aspect which many of them are not at all following, and which results in the failure of the system or in the performance failure of the system. I'll just take you through the one after another very quickly. Selection of the right solution, particularly for roofing and walling. So when we design from Tata BlueScope Steel, I know that very few of them in the industry are actually taking care of the designing of roofing and cladding. Not many. They are simply following some testing tables, or simply they concentrate on designing the pre-engineered building or the structural building, but not at all on the roofing and walling part. So basically in Tata BlueScope Steel we have 12 different profiles. Okay, there are 12, not 1 or 2. Okay, there are 12. Why we have these many range of products if that's? Because we sincerely, take care of the customer's expectation, customer needs. We study what they want and select the right product for them, so that it will long last. We wanted to provide the sustainable solutions for them. So if you see here, the first 8 products are the screw down system. We call it as a screw down system. It will be fixed by means of the screws, and it will be produced from the plants, our fabrication plants, and it will be supplied to the sites. The last 4 products, the machine will go to the site and it will produce there itself for the required length of the building, and it will cover. So that the advantages are that 100% leak proof is possible, and there will not be any joints, the last 4 products. So we are ensuring 100% leak proof warranty for those products also. These are actually added advantage of the builders, building owners or our customers. So these are all some of the important points when we take about the right solution. What are the things? Actually, we have to study the site location, topography, terrain, environmental conditions, building application, what it is meant for, what is being produced in this particular building, chemical product or general industrial product, what it is, what is the size of the building, shape of the building, what shape they wanted to have, wall condition, whether it is open wall or closed wall. These are all required based on this code. IS 875 requires all these things. It's not for me or some other else. It is the codal requirement. Based on this only we can choose the right product. The roof slope is important. Rainfall intensity is important. Deciding on whether screw down is okay, or we have to take the site roll forming machine to the site, and then the wind load calculation. You can see this is our wind map as per IS 875, the recently released one actually. So they have enhanced the cyclonic factor here in the recently released code. So these are all very important for a designer to take care of the system. Otherwise, it may go wrong at the end of the day. Actually, we follow, apart from the design, based on IS 801 design code as well as IS 875 wind-load code, we do have the tested table for each and every profile. And we have tested in some of IIT Madras also, some of our profiles. And we have a tie-up with IIT Madras and IIT Hyderabad for having this testing facility. And theoretical calculation also possible. Now coming to the quality of the product, which is another second important aspect. See, we actually, all our products are zinc aluminum products. It is zinc and aluminum coated. It is not only zinc coated, it is zinc and aluminum alloy coating on top of the bare steel. So that's where it is high corrosion resistant alloy, which is 4 times better than the galvanized steel in terms of its durability. That is the advantage of zinc aluminum. And apart from that, we have a color bond. On top of the bare zinc aluminum, we painted the bare zinc aluminum over that with a color actually. So there are different colors, and this is called the color bond steel, and it is a super durable polyester system, which is the BlueScope technology. And there are 4 different color bond system depending upon the application of the building and where it is situated. For example, in the coastal region, we have color bond ultra, which is having 200 GSM of zinc and aluminum, which will take care of the C4 corrosive environmental thing actually. And all our coils are branded with our label at every 1 meter behind the coil, so it ensures that it is a Tata BlueScope coil. And See, we do all these kind of tests in our plants, everything as per IS codes only. All these tests are conducted during the manufacturing of coils and profiles. You can see the adhesion test, impact test, paint thickness. Somebody talks about the thickness in the morning also. We actually do all kind of tests at our plant. And color difference test, salt spray test, QUV test, which is the measure of the performance of the paint, and QFOG test. All these tests we conduct, everything as mentioned in the code, and beyond the code also we do based on this actually. The external, the real-time test. All these things, and we have tested at some of the labs also, reputed labs, to get the certificates. Yeah, it's going to complete. It's taking time in changing the slides. So coming to the last thing, actually the quality of construction, this I wanted to take some 2 minutes on this actually. So whatever we take care in design or in the production, but it is not carried forward during the construction. So most of the time we did some analysis and found that 70% of the failures because of the improper construction basically. So the construction is very important and it may lead to the structural failure or the performance failure. So these are all some of the erection sequence we do follow, and we supply to the people who are constructing, and we do take care when we are constructing on our own actually. So these are all some of the, see, this is the puff panel. Many people use the puff panel on the roof actually, but it requires a very high skilled people to erect this because it requires the longer screw. It doesn't require smaller screw. So while driving the longer screw, they often fail in stitching into the purlins or into the structural member. There the system is getting failed and lot of leakages are happening. So we suggest don't go for puff panel on the roof, better go for double skin system. Puff panels are very good for the wall application. And these are all some of the important things like weather proof system we have to take care during the construction. And a very important thing is this selection of the right fasteners is also very important aspect while during the construction. And this is the maintenance manual they have to follow. And this is the one activity we have taken from our side to train the people in the construction of steel buildings as well as roofing and wall cladding. Actually, this is the very lagging point. We are not getting the high skilled people in construction industry. So we took an initiative to the Kavach Pro. We have done 2 batches, one in Angul and another in Sanand, and the third is going to happen in this month. We have trained more than 100 people as on today. And these are all some of the energy efficient buildings what we wanted to say from Tata BlueScope Steel. Yeah, all the color bond sheets are high solar reflective index, which will reduce directly 6 degrees of temperature outside to inside. And thus it reduces the electricity. And in addition to that, if you go for the insulation and all, you will get more 12 to 15 degrees reduction in the temperature. So these are all some of the ventilation systems you can design for natural lighting and natural ventilations. And this is the solar. We are into the solar also, ground mounted to the rooftop solar with cold form members only. So these are all some of the green certificate we had for our complete products. And this is our green IGBC green rating for all the products, which gives particularly the lead-free paint, which is work for the rainwater harvesting, and rest all these things for the high strength steel and other things. And we do all the end-to-end solution. Thank you very much.
I think this was an excellent presentation by Suresh Raj, and I am also from the color coating industry and the coated industry, being in AM&S. Recently only I joined JSPL. Having said that, your 12 profiles which have been offered, they're quite interesting, and I would say this is the strength of Tata BlueScope, or for that matter earlier BlueScope Steel and all that. And also you incorporating the wind factor into your buildings and all, and the amount of branding which you do. I mean, each profile is branded, like unlike many others. We brand the steel, the various types of coatings, etc. But then coating, I mean, the branding the various profiles. I think it's a quite interesting contribution which you have brought to this, and also bringing the lighting factor, the solar mounting systems. Well, I mean, quite impressive. Thank you.
So, in case anyone is having some questions, we can take the questions. Yeah. Question, Mike.
Please come forward. The question is to me. I'm a little short of hearing. So please come forward.
They will take the mic.
Hello sir, good afternoon. My question is like nowadays you see a lot of people insisting on renewable energy, and we have been forced to have some solar panels on the rooftop of the buildings. So what extra measures or any new product have you launched specifically for this purpose? Because when we talk with consultants, they say that you have to increase the thickness of the sheet, and so you should have some minimum load bearing capacity and all the stuff. So since in Tata, since you have with both the products, with the roofing sheet and with the solar panels, so can you just explain like any new products which you have launched for this?
Yeah. We didn't get the full import of your question, but from whatever I could hear, is that what goes into the solar?
No. Now, for every industrial building, we are supposed to have, for every factory, we are supposed to produce at least 5% of the total energy through renewable source, like solar. So now we are planning to install rooftop solar panels on the existing factory building and new factory buildings.
Yeah, most of the factories in India, including ours,
yeah,
renewable solar rooftops, sometimes windmills, etc., etc.
Yes. So when we are going to install a solar rooftop on top of a regular galvanium sheet, when we had a word with a structural consultant, they were like, the thickness, so if you are using a 0.47, it is not sufficient. The thickness of the roofing sheet. You have to go for a 0.6 millimeter thickness. Only then it can bear the weight of the solar panel. And it can be maintained also. So just, is there something like that?
Yes, you are right actually, because now this is very much popular, having the solar panels on top of the roof building, which will save some space on the ground as well. So they are started utilizing the roof for making this solar energy. See, from design point of view, actually there is no guideline so far. But see, generally there are two things. The solar panels are going to act as a downward force, download force only on top of the roof. So it is beneficial when, see, always the roofing system will be designed based on the wind load only, because that is governing always. Because live load or whatever the dead load of the sheeting put together, it will not cross more than 100 kg per meter square. So when come to wind load, the minimum will start from 120, 130 kg per meter square. So we always consider wind load for designing the system. And this is add-on benefit to the preventing of the uplift of the roofing system. Having said that, we are recommending higher thickness than the normal thickness for whenever we are going for the solar modules on top. Why? Because when you go for the solar module, it is going to act as a permanent load on top of that. That is one thing. And it will require the regular maintenance. People used to walk on top, and it is uncontrollable. We have seen many sites actually. So they are taking, first of all, they are not wearing any safety things. That is different thing. And even when they are carrying tools and other things, they are simply putting and dragging on top of the roofing sheets. So we always recommend, when compared to the normal thickness, it will be advisable to go for the higher thickness like 0.5, 0.55 or 0.6, 0.55 or 0.6 when you are going for a solar modules on top.
Well, interesting observation. So I hope you got what
Yeah,
you
yeah.
Because we have to maintain it, and therefore people walk on it, and B, the load of the structure and the solar itself. Yes. So I think the thickness has to increase from 0.47 to 0.55, 0.6.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. You answered my question.
Any more questions? Yeah. Please introduce yourself and tell us about your company and then who you want to ask questions.
Okay, so my name is Amit Kumar. I am from Jindal Stainless Limited. Jindal Stainless. Yeah. Before I was in the cladding line and the structure line in Dubai. I have worked.
Please be louder.
I have worked near about 18 years out of India. So few of my observations and points from Suresh sir. The first thing is that he mentioned 100% recyclable material, the steel. How it's possible if it's corrode?
You mean recyclable?
Yes.
Yeah, we are recycling. See, from the scrap, I mentioned that 85% can be utilized.
Is there any calculation, sir? Backward calculation for that?
The calculation, right now I could not actually. So we can discuss with Tata Steel also.
Okay, sir. And
but you know that the steel is recyclable.
That I know, that I know. My second question is regarding that Chennai airport.
Chennai airport?
Yes.
Okay.
And the Trichy airport. You mentioned in your presentation.
Yeah.
Right? So that time airport authority have given a circular regarding the wind load and it's increased drastically. After that cyclone came in Odisha and this Kolkata roofing has gone. So that time I think 300 kilonewton per meter square.
Which roof is collapsed?
Standing seam roofing system.
Standing seam roof at Chennai?
No, Kolkata.
Okay.
When the cyclone came, the specification mentions 75 kilonewton per square meter, right? And after that, they have increases to 300 kilometer per square meter. How you have tackled that?
Yeah. See, actually, you are right. Actually, after the, I think, Amphan cyclone,
Correct,
okay,
sir.
they have revised the code. Now also they are getting revised from the maximum 200 kilometer per hour to the 250 kilometer per hour in
I
our
believe
code
that
itself.
300 kilometer per hour.
Yeah, 300 kilometer hour. Actually, first of all, the Kolkata airport was not supplied by us. It was some others.
That I agree.
And yeah, and now with this particular rise in wind speed, actually, now there are only 3-4 options. What we are in a discussion with the Airport Authority of India also. See, always Airport Authority of India prefers standing seam roof only. Okay, that's a specification in also. So going for the standing seam roof, we have to increase or double the purlin spacing. That is the only one option we have. And always 360-degree standing seam is preferred because in standing seam in the market, people are saying standing seam, but it is not at all 360-degree seaming. Some people are using 180 degree. Some people are simply bending that. Whatever failed in Bhubaneswar, it is actually not at all a standing seam. Just they bend the panels together, but it completely failed. So now we are in a discussion. We are also one of the party in discussion with these technical people. Whenever we go for a standing seam profile, we have to go with the tested results. So we confidently said, and as I mentioned also earlier, we are working with the IIT Madras, one with Professor Arul Jayachandran, who has given the responsibility for finding out the solution by Bureau of Indian Standards. So that professor is working on that, how to give the best solution. So we are also part of that actually.
So sir, again my observation will be if you are providing the solution with the standing seam roofing system by increasing the purlin span, decreasing the purlin span, then your steel is increasing.
Increasing the, sorry?
By decreasing the purlin span, you are increasing the structural steel.
Of course.
Correct, the cost is increasing.
Of course, you are right actually, because 300 kilometer per hour is kilometer per hour wind speed is unimaginable. And for the airport, we cannot say it will fly. We have to prevent the roof actually. So for that, there is no other solution. You have to stick this roof. Otherwise, we need to go for the screw down system, which they are not at all accepting. It's not possible because the screw down system, the leakage issues will be very high. Okay. So standing seam is the only option. For that, see, the solution is under progress. It's not yet come. And they're headed by one professor from Chennai IIT.
Okay, sir.
360-degree seaming professor.
So we have to conclude the session.
So it will seam, the first panel and second panel getting seamed for 360 degrees so that it will never fail basically. It will never fail.
One more question, sir.
Sir, we have to conclude the session.
Just
I have
last
to
one.
request the session chair.
It will fulfill my requirement, that's why.
Why
What?
don't you treat it offline?
Oh, sure. No issues. Thanks.
Requesting session chair to please conclude the session.
Well, I think it was quite an interesting session. Both the speakers are quite well known in their fields, and thank you all, full of gratitude from myself, the organizers, as well as the audience. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Deepika?
All right, check. Thank you. Can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? That was truly an excellent session. And our moderator and our panelists have shared a lot of insightful thoughts. Thank you so much, sir. And we have a small memento. As a token of felicitation, I request Ms. Monica Bachchan to kindly do the honors. First and foremost for our chair and moderator, Mr. R.V. Sridhar, CEO Downstream Business, JSP Group, to please accept this small felicitation. Thank you so much, sir, for your significant contribution. Next, I request Mr. Zakaria George, former scientist, CSIR, SCRC, and principal structural consultant and partners, Chennai. Thank you so much, sir. Next, I request Mr. E. Suresh Raj, senior GM engineering, Tata BlueScope. I would like to personally thank all of you for a great session, sir. Thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on. So next we are going to have a small demonstration by all our exhibitors. And first and foremost to join us onto the dais is Mr. Amit Tripathi, Senior GM Project Sales and Marketing, Jindal India, to please join us. With a round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, few more presentations or few more speeches on the go. So I request all of you to keep your spirits and enthusiasm high. Yes, going to be a great learning session for all of you, and over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am privileged to have you among us actually. And before moving on to my presentations, what actually all of us has learned something from the presenter or those who are in the panels actually. So it is like how we are moving, how we are developing, how we are evolving ourselves in the current scenarios, which was 5 years back, which was the thing which is not now. We are again thinking, or we should think, what is going to happen for another 5 years or 10 years in time. So let's move on to our presentations. So I am privileged to take care of Jindal India brands actually, which is currently based at Calcutta. It's not working. Excuse me. Yeah. So it is like we are moving to this. So like we have already presented what is our vision to uphold our. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Sorry for holding you back. So going again with the presentation. So like ours is the BC Jindal Group. It is one of the oldest steel makers actually, which is based out of Calcutta. So like we have mentioned, it is like our vision is to uphold our glorious legacy and create new industries benchmarks. Like our missions is to constantly update our production capacity and update our product quality to become leaders in the industries we serve. So again, it is like others predecessors or other speakers were talking. So again, we are also into bare aluminum coated coils, color coated coils, galvanized corrugated sheets, bare aluminum coated profiles, and color coated profile sheets. So going forward, we have launched one new product, color coated, which is the name of new colors. It is like new age product from our color coated line. It is experience the brilliance of vibrant colors. So we are covering different colors also. From eye-catching facade to stunning interiors, new color empowers you to create extraordinary space that make a statement. So technical specs actually for new colors, we are into the thickness from 0.3 to 9 mm. Like it is the specs also it is being given. The base material, guard film, RMP, SMP, SDP or PVDF top finish coatings. It is on the top of primer coating, pre-treatment chromated coating and aluminum coating, and it is coming with the 150 GSM coating of AZ actually. Ours is supplied by the Samsung SMS Group and CMI. Our manufacturing are designed and commissioned by reputed companies. Reliability, high standard quality, consistency, less chance of breakdown, ease in after sales service. So we are having in-house well-equipped lab and facility for testing. So it is like thickness checking, aluminum coating, hardness testing, all. So it is like what others also following, we are also following the same way. Our focus is main on the quality aspects of the material which we are supplying. So we are having the installed capacity of cold roll mills for 0.6 million tons per annum. Aluminum coil is 0.5 million metric tons. Galvanized coil is 0.1 million metric tons. And color coating line is 0.42 million metric tons per annum. So for the bare aluminum actually, the thickness what we are catering it is from 0.16 to 0.80 mm. Coil weight could be from 3 metric ton to 15 metric tons, and base metal coating 70 GSM to 150 GSM GL and 80 GSM to 230 GSM for GI. Tensile strength we are catering from 240 to 550 MPa, and it is as per the Indian standards, and it is being approved for ISO 9001:2015. Then we are having the pre-painted aluminum PPGL and PPGI. We are having the brands Sabrang, New Color, Rangin. So New Color, like what I have told, it is the recent one, and it is in the same base color of RMP, SDP, SMP, and PVDF. It is having the coated with that primer coatings, and again it is BI approved. So I am not taking much time. Actually, I will be going through my slides. For us, though we are based out of Calcutta, but we are having the proper logistic services so that we are catering to needs of all the customers based in India and different at the abroad also. We are located at Havra district of West Bengal. Both are the plants. We are having the colored coated and GI coated plants. Both are based at same location, around 5 kilometers of each other. So it is like process flow, what it is being followed initially from the hot rolled coils later to pickling, to cold rolling, then it is going for continuous galvanizing line, then color coating line, then it is being packed, and that it is then finally loaded to the logistic service for moving out actually. And it is like it is having the highest strength of the steels actually. So like previously we were using asbestos and all, which is getting degraded. Now it is now being used for the steel also. Like other, it is like history of 55% aluminum zinc coating and all. It is way back it was done in the 1972 by Bethlehem International Engineering Company. Purpose this was to enhance the anti-corrosion performance of pure zinc coated steels. Finding was aluminum contents was varied from 0 to 70% and anti-corrosion properties were found optimum at 55 aluminum, 45% zinc composition. And this was the mechanism between this PPGL and PPGI. moving on to next slide. It is like what our persons from Tata BlueScope was telling, like once you are using the color coated, it has to be properly handled to having the longevity of the materials actually. So you need to take care of the cutting and drilling, then maintenance, care and storage before installation, handling, cladding on site to avoid any quality defect on the materials, and the walking on the roofs. So these are the general care and handling. It is required to move forward for having a proper structure of the what you are having the projects in hand. And why Jindal India? Because we are putting up 15-year warranty for our nuclear plus material. The anti-chalk and anti-fade warranty ensures with the super SDP paint. And it is ISI approved with the mark of high quality. And it is having the unique colors, Subrang and unique color plus come with a refreshing range of color, thereby providing enhanced reach, reliability. All our color coated lines are from CMI Belgium, a mechanical giant for producing machinery for steel plants, hence assures utmost reliability of the end product. And it is giving with the just-in-time basis delivery, since our plants are located in eastern corridor of India, that is West Bengal, hence ensures better connectivity and JIT basis deliveries. And these are some of the approvals we have got. So we are mainly catering to the government projects, and it is mainly on the northeast of India as well as the countries surrounding us. Like we are having the approval from the Bhutan Standards Bureau. Then we are supplying to others, is the Sikkim Trading Corporation or State Corporation of Sikkim, and then from some government entities like MES and all actually. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now moving on, ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I would like to welcome Mr. Ajay Kumar Das, VP Sales and Marketing, and Mr. Rajkumar Agarwal, CMO MPL, to please join us for the next demonstration. So with a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon. A warm welcome to all. I am coming from a pipe manufacturing unit which manufactures round pipe, square pipe, rectangle pipe. First of all, I will give an overview of the market scenario of the country. Somebody help me? This down now? Okay. The per capita steel demand of 76 kg versus world average of 233 kg per capita. That means we have a lot of scope to improve. And in that, India's per capita tube consumption is less than 10 kg, as against world of 55-60 kg in China and world average of 24 kg. The Indian steel pipe market is estimated for about 55,000 crores to 60,000 crores, roughly 10 million ton per annum. If you see Hyderabad market, it takes around 70 to 80,000 tons per month. It's a big market. And steel pipes are known for versatility, high strength to weight ratio, aesthetic appeal. Now I just see the comparison with a conventional structural steel versus steel pipe. Torsional rigidity, that is twisting, conventional structure is poor, steel pipe is excellent. Bending capacity, it is poor, it is excellent. Buckling, compressive strength. If you see the project features, overall cost advantage, this is a very big factor. It will be cheaper to use steel pipes. Building time. It is also very fast. Tonnage. You can see it will result in 10% saving in the cost. Scalability, many elements required. Here it is modular. You bring the pipes, assemble it, weld it and put it. Wastage, minimum. Cut to length. We can imagine the use of steel pipes in many areas. Seismic retrofit, scaffolding, structural columns. Nowadays, the most common thing, if you construct a small shed in your house, you are using this structurals, which is readily available in the market. And there are the various applications in the solar power industries. You are making the mountings for the solar panels, piping and conduits for various carrying gases, water, fluids, structural components. Automobile industry exhaust system, piping for fluids, lubes, structural components like handlebars, automotive. These pipes are replacing many conventional structures. Firefighting applications. Nowadays, a lot of high-rise buildings are coming, 40-story, 45-story, 50-story, where this firefighting is mandatory. There, these pipes are being used for high-pressure applications. The steel pallets are used for storing heavy equipments, moving heavy equipments. Then this LPG cylinder top ring, fan rods. And this is about MPL. We are a 64 years old company, having manufacturing facilities in Telangana with a turnover of 1,500 crores, employing 2,500 people, diversified into cement, investment leasing and logistics. These are range. Circular hollow section we are making from nominal bore of 15 to 200 mm. Square hollow section we are making from 15 to 15 to 180 into 180. Regular rectangular hollow section is from 10 into 30 up to 20 into 100. And these sizes also can be customized. And thickness is varying from 1.2 to 5 mm. We are using iron ore. From that, with various stage of manufacturing, we are producing tubes. It is available in YST 210, 240, 310 and 350. YST 210 is readily available. All other grades, we need some time to manufacture. We have around 2,000 dealers. We are mostly concentrating on Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, Andhra and Telangana markets. We have appointed distributors and dealers. The material is readily available and accessible to all. These are the quality controls, what facilities we have: spectrometer, UTM, bend test machine, hydro test machine, hardness testing machine. And these are the IS certification what we have. We can manufacture products as per these specifications based on the requirement. And these are the ISO certifications what we have got. We are attending various international seminars and keeping abreast with the technologies and the latest trend to produce the things as per the requirement. These are things, our products were being used. Boundaries in new site, construction and exterior, landscape, interior. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, sir, for the excellent presentation. So now we have a small felicitation, sir. Thank you so much for demonstrating on the topic. Thank you so much. So on behalf of Metalogic PMS, we would like to thank you for your significant contribution and your wonderful presence, sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Please join us, sir. Let's give it up for Mr. Ajay Kumar Das, VP Sales and Marketing. I would also like to invite our previous demonstrator, Mr. Amit Tripathi, Senior GM, Project Sales and Marketing, Jindal India, to kindly join us onto the dais. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for all your support. Moving on, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome our next demonstrator, Mr. Vishal Jain, Director, A1 Steel, to kindly join us onto the dais. With a round of applause, let's welcome him.
சக்சஸ் கிடைக்க லக் மட்டுமே போதுமா என்ன? நிச்சயம் போதாது. நமக்குள்ள டேலண்ட், ஹார்ட் ஒர்க் ரெண்டுமே இருக்கணும். மக்களை உண்மையோடையும் நம்பிக்கையோடையும் எப்பவும் வழி நடத்தவன் தான் உண்மையான ஸ்டார். ஸ்டார்னா A1 Gold TMT Bars. A1 Gold TMT Bars and Pipes. தேசத்தை கட்டமைக்க உறுதி கொள்கிறோம்.
Good afternoon, everybody. Now, this is Vishal Jain, Director, A1 Steel Group. Now, here I am presenting the demonstration about A1 Steel Group. This is Raj Nirman with Samarpit. So this is the corporate profile of the company. The company was started in 2012 with the very small production capacity of 7-ton furnace, induction furnace. And now the company, after 13 years, 12 years rather, the company has reached up to 0.5 million ton of steel production all over India. And all over the world, we are having now presence in 15 countries and further expanding our business worldwide. These are the promoters and the management team. Mr. Krishna Kumar Jalan, Chairman of the company, Mr. Julian Jalan, Co-founder and Director of the company, and Mr. Sandeep Kumar Jalan, Co-founder and Director of the company. And now we have introduced Mr. Dev Aryan Jalan also into the group as a director in the board, and he is looking after our overseas business and the expansion project in the group overall. And this is what the international steel industry overview, which everybody has discussed, so most of the people have discussed. So here I would like to point only one point, like the country like China and the European countries and all, where the share of the steel industry in their respective GDP is somewhere around 5%, whereas in India it is only 1.7%. So we can say around 3 times of the go is still required for the steel industry in Indian GDP. And this is the India state-wise crude steel production. Now we can see like total steel production is around 167 million ton. And if we talk about the South India part, so this South India part is coming somewhere around 33 million ton, so which is coming only 20% of the total steel production in India. So if we talk about particularly southern part of the India, so still there is a lot of go in the South India that we must understand. These are the companies coming under A1 Group, A1 Steel and Alloys, A1 Steel India, Aryan High-Tech Steel, Vanya Steel, and A1 Gold Pipe and Tube. And he is Mr. Umashankar Gonga, looking after our A1 Steel and Alloys Goribidnur plant, where we are manufacturing MS billet and TMT. This is another unit there in Hindupur, A1 Steel India Private Limited, where again we are manufacturing SMS, billet as well as the TMT. This is our another unit, A1 Steel and Alloys Ballari unit, which is an integrated steel plant, where we are having a power facility, sponge iron, steel melting shop, re-rolling shop, and pipe and tube. This is our another very recently plant. This is A1 Steel and Alloys Ballari. This is Deepak Bansal looking after this unit, and here we are having captive power plant facility, coke oven unit, and ferroalloys furnace, where we are manufacturing ferrosilicon and silicomanganese. This is our another unit, A1 Gold Pipe and Tube, where we are manufacturing GP coil and GP pipe. This is Mr. Anand Saraf. This is one unit called A1 Steel and Alloys, another unit, Goribindur, where the sponge iron unit is there, where we are manufacturing sponge iron around 1.15 million ton. This is Mr. Aryan Jalan again, who is the director of our A1 Gold Singapore PT Limited, where we are where he is looking after the complete import and export of the business, especially for the raw material, we can say like raw material ensuring, and as well as for the expansion of the sales part. These are the manufacturing facility in different unit, commodity wise, like even what we have discussed even earlier slides also. These are the list of product what we are manufacturing, power of course, then sponge iron, MS billet, HR coil, ERW pipe, TMT bar, structural steel, and CR coil, galvanized pipe and tube, hard coke, ferrosilicon and silicomanganese. As a, like everybody available here must be hearing about this decarbonization worldwide. So our company as a corporate, as a responsible corporate, we have also started using this green energy just to reduce the carbonization in the industry. So for that already we have done the tie-up with so many companies, and we are using most of the power as a non-conventional power. And around 205 megawatt of further association is pending, which is in the pipeline, which will be coming very, very soon in the system. And this is the production capacity. Like we have our own power plant 34 megawatt, and wind power 250 megawatt, and solar it is coming 15 megawatt, and these are the product wise capacity. So all in all, crude steel production we are having capacity of 1.4 million ton per annum. So this is the turnover growth year on year basis. If we see, like when they started the company in 2008, at that time the turnover was 115 crore, and today we are reaching about somewhere around 3,500 crore. And the same way, like as the company is growing, even the family of A1 Steel is also going bigger and bigger. This is the sales network. This is the major part, like I would like to discuss here. Like DRI, MS meter, TMT, MS pipe, GP pipe, coke, and these are the products which we are selling through different route, depending upon the market scenario. Like DRI and MS billet, we are selling through the distributor, through the brokers and the end user directly. And TMT, generally we are having vast range of 300 dealers in our Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra and Telangana. And MS pipe we are having around 160 dealers and 15 distributors, already pan-India. GP pipe especially, we have already started merging in all pan-India, especially like Gujarat, Maharashtra, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, and of course Karnataka. Coke and ferro products that we are pan-India, we are already supplying the material right from Haryana to Tamil Nadu, and in Gujarat to West Bengal. So sales network. Since last 12 years, we are in the industry, and if we talk about our distributor relationship or dealer relationship with the company, I am 100% sure about this. Like our company policies is 100% familiar with the distributors and dealers, so that their interest for the saving and interest for the business is intact with us. So that is the basic reason why the industry is growing, our industry is growing day by day. Because we are always thinking this is our strength. And this is corporate social responsibility. As a responsible corporate, we are doing it. Thank you.
உள்ளிருக்கும் உறுதிக்கு A1 Gold. கடின உழைப்புக்கு A1 Gold. வெற்றி தொடர்ந்திட A1 Gold. A1 Gold. A1 Gold TMT bars, pipes and tubes. நாம் உறுதியான தேசத்தை கட்டமைப்போம்.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for an impressive presentation. So kindly accept our small token of memento for a significant contribution, and thank you so much for all your support, sir. Thank you. Means a lot. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on, I would now like to welcome Mr. Savio Linus, VP Sales and Marketing, Color Shine, to please join us for the next demonstration.
So you need a carry bag? Yeah. Carry bag then.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. To start with, I would like to thank Monica Bachchan for giving us this wonderful opportunity to showcase our organization, Color Shine, through this Metalogic platform. This is the last presentation of the session, last but certainly not the least. So what I will do initially, I will take you through a small video clip of our company, and then talk you through our expansion program as well as our product offering.
Welcome to Color Shine Coated Private Limited, where we're dedicated to building a future as strong as steel. Established in 2017, we have risen to become the largest color-coated steel producing unit in South India, driven by our commitment to excellence, quality, and sustainability. Our state-of-the-art facility, spanning over 60 acres in Nellore district, Andhra Pradesh, is equipped with the latest technology and advanced machinery, ensuring our products meet the highest standards in the steel industry. At Color Shine, we prioritize eco-conscious steel-making techniques, working with nature to create enduring steel products that leave a minimal carbon footprint. We are committed to reducing waste and reusing materials, minimizing our environmental impact, and conserving natural resources. Our diverse and skilled workforce works tirelessly to meet our ever-expanding goals. With a focus on employee safety, customer satisfaction, and quality assurance, our teams collaborate to deliver the finest pre-painted steel products on the market. Currently, our product range includes pre-painted galvanized coils, pre-painted alu-zinc coils, alu-zinc coils. To various industries, ensuring that our products serve a wide array of market-specific requirements. At Color Shine, we understand the importance of meeting our clients' unique needs. That's why we offer customized solutions, ensuring our products and services align with your specific requirements and preferences. Trust and transparency are the cornerstones of our business. As a proud Make in India brand, we are dedicated to forging strong relationships with our clients, partners, and stakeholders, built on honesty, open communication, and mutual respect. Our achievements and dedication to quality have earned us numerous accolades, including ISO 9001 2015 certification. We take pride in our commitment to professional transparency and ethical work culture, which have propelled us to the forefront of the steel industry. At Colorshine Coated Private Limited, we are united in our passion and dedication to shaping a brighter future. As we continue to innovate and grow, our vision is clear: to become a benchmark for value creation in the Indian steel industry and to extend our reach beyond our borders. Thank you for joining us on this journey. Together, we will raise a future built on steel.
So that was our video clip of our organization Colorshine. As mentioned, Colorshine started as a standalone color coating line in 2016 in a place called Gudur, which is in district Nellore in Andhra Pradesh. This particular unit is only about 130 kilometers from Chennai. The color-coated line currently has an existing capacity of 1.8 lakh metric tons of coils and trapezoidal sheets. It caters to various applications like industrial, residential and commercial, roofing and cladding, sandwich panels, etc. It has numerous number of applications. The apparent thing, although we are situated in Andhra Pradesh, bulk of the sales is done in Tamil Nadu. So that's a good thing. Now coming to our expansion plan, Colorshine has now announced its backward downstream expansion program next to this existing Colorshine color coating line in the same premises, which has been going on for the last 18 months or so. So by the end of this particular month, we would have commissioned a 3.6 lakh ton downstream facility, which consists of HR pickling, cold rolling, a twin point galvanizing and galvaning line. The cold run of this particular expansion plan is planned in the 4th week of September. And by October, we'll be having full-fledged production. So that's the good news. See, on the quality front, what we have done is we have ensured that we have maintained a high product quality by offering a 2x2 paint coating system for better adhesion. When I say this is even for the base brand Pratham. When I say 2x2, it means that we give a top primer, bottom primer with a top coat and a service coat at the bottom. Unlike many of the products that are available in the market, which is only giving a unicoat or a monocoat. The idea is to offer high quality product to the last mile customer, whether it is B2B or whether it is B2C. So this is what it is. Our objective basically of having this line in the south is to cater to the southern regions where our delivery time is just an overnight journey to most of the customers in the south. So we pride ourselves in understanding the micro needs of the customer. So what we do is that in a single truck, we will be offering you multiple thicknesses, multiple products, multiple colors. So what happens when we do this? The end customer is able to have a better inventory control at his end. So inventory management of the customer is in a way managed by us. Secondly, when we give them this, their cost of holding inventory reduces, and thereby which, their working capital has a very short churn. So with the same amount of money, they are able to do 3 or 4 times the business with Colorshine. So this is what it is. Now I'll show you the product line that we have. So Signature is our premium brand. So I'll just take you through the specifications very quickly. So in Signature, we offer you basically an AZ product of 150. We can also do 180 and 200, AZ 200. Here we give you up to 30 to 40 microns of coating, or rather 35 to 40 microns of coating. We also offer you a 15-year warranty on this product. Okay, so this is about Signature. And the width that is offered is 610 to 1450. So we also offer you what we call as the wider width coils out here. The mid-range brand is Spectrum. So quickly going to the specifications of Spectrum. Spectrum is basically an AZ 70 product. Here we offer you 25 to 30 microns of coating. In this particular Spectrum product, we'll also can go up to AZ 100. Okay. In this product, we can also offer you a 10-year warranty. The one thing that we are developing on this product further is to give you a better quality. We are going to use a paint called ultra durable polyester, which is not yet in the market. So we'll be announcing this particular product very soon. Till such time, this product is available. Next brand is Pratham, which is the base brand. So this is the base brand. This is where I think most of the companies sell almost 70 to 80% of their production in the domestic market. So in this particular product, we can give you an AZ 70 and Z80 product with about 21 microns of coating. Again, this is, like I said, is a 4-coat system. Unlike major brands that are available, which is only giving you something called a unicoat or a monocoat. Okay, so we are happy to say that we are able to make a lot of inroads in this particular base grade space. Metalogic is the bare galvalume or the AZ product. So here we are able to give you right from AZ 70 to AZ 200, ranging rather AZ 100 as well as AZ 150. This is available basically in soft as well as hard wires. Okay. also give you wrinkle finish. This is very popular in Tamil Nadu. We have about 14 to 15 colors. And this particular product is available in the Spectrum range of our product line. Yeah, that's it about Color Shine. We'll be happy to take any inquiries or answer any queries at our stall. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for briefly explaining about. And now we have a small felicitation as a token of love, gratitude, and your significant contribution. Thank you so much once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, moving on to our next demonstrator, I would like to welcome Mr. L.C. Tolani, CEO, Pragya Precision Equipment Private Limited from Indore, to kindly join us onto the dais with a big round of applause.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is L.C. Tolani. I'm the promoter director of the Pragya Group of Industries. We have 5 units in the different sectors. And here I'll be showing the presentation on one unit that is related to the material handling solution provider for steel sector. Basically for the cut-to-length lines and the steel service center, etc. Our country, under the frame of the Make in India, is progressing very well, but still I'm very much surprised to see that the small service centers are still having the old method and unsafe method of the steel handling. I'll show you one of the 2 examples, and after that I'll suggest efficient and safe handling system for the coils and other steel products. We are the Pragya Precision Equipment Private Limited, and this is our steel handling equipments division. Our first unit started in 1992 in SSI sector to start with the handling equipment for the steel sector and solvent extraction plants. Later on, we grew up and having 5 units, which include solvent extraction plants, pipe plants, automobile industry, and steel service center. Our valuable customers are all big steel industries and steel service center. The big industries including all Jindal Group, Tata Group, AMNS, and many more. The Ispat industry and the Ronak Steel also. The efficient and safe handling equipment range includes C-hook, coil tilter, hydraulic and mechanical, coil tong, coil grab, coil transfer trolley, and coil car with seizure lift, ingot and billet tong, and slab tong. See, still some people are using these kind of unsafe handling system. You can see this video, a small video. Oh. See, it is a very unsafe method of handling the coil. See, and still these kind of accidents are happening. Nobody can control. But of course, these are very minimal, very reduced to the very less extent, but still these things are there. See this old method of lifting with belt, sling chain, and manual. See, a lot of labor is involved, a lot of consumables like belts and chains are involved, and still is very unsafe. When the belt is worn out, chain is broken, again the accident can happen. So we replace all kind of these old tactics of handling with the most modern, efficient solutions. Of course, these solutions are being given by us since last 30 years, but still we are regularly upgrading our equipment like that. This is one of the unsafe method. See, a lot of labor, 2 labors are consumed, and belts and chains, etc. are the consumable items. Leave it now. See, these are the C-hook. C-hook for the various size of coils and various tonnage capacity of the coil. At the top right, this is the coil grab. When the coil is in a high vertical hole, then that grab is used, and below that, coil tilter cum coil transfer trolley is there, where you can keep the coil like this and tilt it to this, and then lift it with the C-hook, and vice versa. This is the C-hook, you can see, and we have innovated that this C-hook is without counterweight, which reduces the weight of self-weight of the C-hook and increases the lifting capacity of the crane. Suppose the C-hook of 3.5 ton, in this case, it is 2.5 ton, and 1 ton we are saving on the load. So that goes into the saving of the cost also. Very successful and innovative, you can see. It doesn't have any counterweight at the end. And this is a very economical solution, low cost solution. See, there is no counterweight at the tip of the top tip of the hook. %30 cost goes down in handling equipment like CO. See, this is the coil up-ender and down-ender mechanical type. You can keep the coil either axis vertical or axis horizontal and tilt it. Yes. See, this is a mechanical up-ender, down-ender, coil tilter, whatever you call it. We have the hydraulic version of this also. See, these are the hydraulic coil up-ender, down-ender. These 4 units successfully we made for the AMNS for their various plants. One, two, three, 4 units are there. All the 4 units delivered at a time to the AMNS for their various plants. One is at Pithampur, Indore, and other at Pune and other plants also. This is the coil up-ender and down-ender. Earlier I shown you the mechanical version, this is the hydraulic version. Hydraulic coil tilter. Just a minute. Yeah. This is the latest motorized coil tongue for lifting the coil where the space is a constant. When there are various rows of coils are stacked, so there is a less space between the coil rows. So these kind of coil lifter these are the pipe rotators for welding. This is another product, fin tube machine for making heat exchange radiators. This is a grab for the solid bar coil. This is a scrape baling press. In steel service sectors, small width strips are generated as a scrap. You can put it into this and do the baling. These are the other equipment. That side is the uncoiler. And here is the seizure type coil car for loading the coil onto the Mendelov uncoiler. That is the uncoiler. Here is a scrap baling press operation. You can very well use it for baling your scrap, which reduces the transportation cost due to the compactness and also value added. This is another for the fin tube machine, which may not be relevant here, so I'm passing it. These are the coil transfer trolleys. We have made these trolleys from 1 ton to 120 ton. I'll show you the small glimpses of the all trolleys. See, this is a 25-ton trolley moving on the rails, recently supplied to Jindal India, Kolkata. Very recently supplied. This is a coil up-ender, down-ender come transfer car, from transferring the coil from one way to another way, and also changing the axis of the car, coil. This is moving on the rail, as well as it is simultaneously tilting also. When the coil is required to be tilted for putting it to the annealing furnace or whatever, so, and from changing one way to another way, this kind of dual equipment is required. Coil transfer, come coil tilter. You can see. This is the 120-ton capacity transfer car made for the Jindal Angul 15 years ago for the slab transfer. This is the video of that. 120-ton capacity transfer car. Just like similar to the railway bogie, but with heavy gearboxes and motors and suspension. This is, of course, the billet or ingot lifting tongue. It can lift 4, 5, 6 ingots at the time simultaneously. From 1 ton to 45 ton we have made. Coil slab tongue, ingot tongue. Low maintenance, simple design. This is, of course, here it is not relevant, but it is a unique machine, drop weight tear testing machine, which we have been exporting to the USA, Canada, Turkey, and all big steel plants or pipe plants in India also. Recently, this machine is we supplied to the Abu Dhabi. This is a drop weight tear testing machine for testing the MS samples material by dropping the load 1 ton 1500 kg load from the 3 meter to 5 meter height to test the tear test of the tear test structure of the sample specimen. You can see the specimen is kept at the bottom, the load will drop, and these are all the shock absorbers are there, 4 hydraulic shock absorbers are there, which will absorb the remaining energy. The sample is broken and the remaining energy of the unit is absorbed by those. This is the loading and lifting boom for container loading. See, in a container, you require this boom for the loading. See, there is a load of 2 ton, 2.5 ton lifted. Now this will go inside the container for loading it. Thank you very much. Thanks for all. Thank you, Monica madam and Rahul, for giving me a chance. Thank you.
So 2 minutes. Can we have you on the stage? A small felicitation, sir. Thank you so much. That was indeed a wonderful presentation by you. So once again, can we have a round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? So that's Mr. L.C. Tolani, CEO, Pragya Precision Equipment Private Limited. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I would also like to invite Mr. Gaurav Saraf to kindly join us on the dais. Yes, we would like to invite Can we have the entire team, all of you onto the dais, please? Ma'am, please join us. So we request you to please join us for a group picture. Thank you so much. We would also like to invite our exhibitors onto the dais. So first and foremost, can we have all right, so first and foremost, we would like to invite our exhibitor, Jindal India, the entire team to kindly join us onto the dais. Can we have a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for all their wonderful support and significant contribution. Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, almost we are here at the closure of our conference. So I want all of you to kindly cheer up for all our exhibitors and applaud them. So on stage we have Jindal India and the entire team on the dais. Thank you once again. Next we'd like to welcome MPL Steel and Pipes and the entire team to please join us on the dais. Can we all join our hands together and applaud for MPL Steel and Pipes. Thank you, dear exhibitors. Thank you. Moving on, I'd like to welcome Blue Sky and the entire team to please join us on the dais. Our exhibitor Blue Sky and the entire team to please join us. Alright, so next we would like to welcome Triveni Steel. Triveni Steel and team. Alright, so that's a energetic team coming your way, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, extremely energetic and vibrant. Okay, once again, let's all put our hands together for Blue Sky and the entire team here on the dais. We would like to extend our heartfelt gratitude and thanks once again for being a wonderful exhibitor. Moving on, we would like to invite Pragya and team to kindly join us on the dais. Pragya and team to kindly join us on the dais. Pragya Precision Equipment Private Limited Indore and the entire team to please join us on the dais. Next, we'd like to welcome Tata Blue Scope Steel to kindly join us on the dais, the team. so much. Next, we'd like to welcome the team from A1 Gold. So we want our exhibitors to kindly join us on the stage energetically. They have been there clearing all your doubts and exhibiting their products and services. So let's all join our hands together. It was a long day of them. So let's all join our hands together once again for A1 Gold. Moving on, we'd like to welcome Tata Steel and the team. Team Tata Steel to please join us. A round of applause, everybody. Moving on, Mr. Nirmal Texim and team. So once again, a round of applause, and let's all give it up for Nirmal Texim for being a part of this wonderful conference. Thank you so much. Moving on to JSPL and team to kindly join us on the dais. JSPL and team. Moving on to ARS 550D TMT bars to kindly join us on the dais. तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे everybody. Few more exhibitors on the go, and then we're open for networking. So let's all cheer up. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for participating and being a part. Nav Bharat Mart. Can we have the team Nav Bharat Mart to please join us? Next, we'd like to welcome Bharat Steel Chennai Private Limited to kindly join us on the dais. Moving on, MetPro and team to kindly join us on the dais. Can we have MetPro and team to please join us? Our co-powered by partner, can we have a thunderous round of applause? Everyone. Next, we'd like to welcome Mr. Leeladhar from Ronak Steel and Trading. सर के लिए तालियों के साथ हम स्वागत करना चाहेंगे मंच पे. Thank you so much, sir. And the entire team to please join us on the dais. They've been very instrumental right from the conference, and thank you so much for your glorious presence, sir. Last but not the least, I would like to welcome our exchange partner MCX India to kindly join us on the dais. I would also like to welcome the team Bisco Steel on the dais to please join us. The men in white, let's all put our hands together for our Bisco team, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to welcome Tata Capital to please join us on the dais. Can we have the team Tata Capital and the team to please join us? House to please join us on the dais. To please grace the dais, the team Steel House. Thank you. Our exchange partner, MCX India. All right, so thank you so much. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure the long day of stimulating discussion, deliberation, and presentation paved your way for a lot of learning. Yes, so once again, can we all have a thunderous round of applause for the conference? And, ma'am, over to you. We'd also like to invite JSW1 to please join us on the dais with a thunderous round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A big hand, ladies and gentlemen. JSW1 with us. Color Shine. Can we have the team Color Shine to please join us on the dais? Thank you so much. Once again, we'd like to thank each and everyone for your glorious presence. And as they say, for every beginning there is an end, and for every end there is the beginning. Ma'am, over to you for the closure.
Hello. So finally, the time has come to say not goodbye, but fir milenge. And but before I say fir milenge, I'd like to first of all thank every one of you who have come from far away places. Many of you have traveled from north, some of you have come from west, east, and now we are sitting at the bottom of our country, Coimbatore. Oh, we missed one more name, which is extremely important for us. I would like to call upon our JSW team, who's our title sponsor. JSW's team, please come, JSW team.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, extremely sorry for a lot of confusions and a lot of miss-outs. Can we have the JSW team to please join us, our title sponsor? Without them, conference wouldn't have been possible. Thank you so much.
So let me start, my Thanksgiving, starting from our platinum sponsor, of course, JSW Coated Products, and powered by Steel House, and program co-powered by MedPro. Our lunch sponsor, Jindal Steel and Power Limited. Our gold sponsor, Ronak Steel Trading, and Tata Capital. Our lanyard sponsor, MPL Steel Pipes. Our exhibitors, I like to thank Jindal India, MPL Steel and Pipes, Blue Sky, Triveni Steel, Pragya, Tata Blue Scope, A1 Gold, Tata Steel, Nirmal Texem, JSPL, ARS, TMT Bus, Navbharat Mart, Bharat Steel, Chennai Private Limited, Metro, Color Shine, JSW1. Is there any name I'm missing out? Please excuse me if I'm missing out. Our exchange partner, MCX India. I'd like to thank our support associations. Almost 20 associations from all over India have come ahead to support for this conference. So thank you so much for that. A lot of international chambers have come ahead. I'd like to thank them as well. And I'd like to thank my team. So I'd like to call upon my team on the stage. BISCO also. I'd like to thank BISCO as my exhibitor. So, JSW team is here? Where is JSW team? Please come. I'm breaking my speech second time. Please come, please come. Huh? More persons, so can I complete and then, yeah? Okay, okay. Thank you so much for cooperating. Okay, so meanwhile, I'd like to call upon my team now. So, Yasmin, come over. Amarjeet, Anand, Shiv Shankar Mani Tripathi, Rajat Kaushik, Rahul, Mishra, Kanwal Meet. So I tell you a little bit about Metalogic. We are a startup. We started in 2017, but don't think I don't have experience. I have worked in steel and mining for almost 15 years I've spent, not much of a time. But then I started this company with the aim to provide little insight and logic to the industry. Although I'm not challenging anyone that I'm logical and you are not. It's just that we want, by saying, giving you a logic, this means every morning we create news for which Rajat and Manu Cholia are responsible, who are our analysts. Rajat, wave your hand. He's the one who has been coordinating with you on the logistic front as well. So every morning we prepare news and send you as a daily updates. So, a lot of effort goes in. We wake up at 6 a.m. to prepare the news. Then to organize and giving a shape to this conference, my marketing team is here. Yasmin, you can wave your hand. Rahul, you all know Kanwal Meet. So these are the guys who have made it happen that every one of us are able to meet. Many of us, in fact, met during Corona also online when we did many webinars. My designing team is here, so a lot of beautiful visuals you are seeing on screen. All those animation and advertisements are created by Amarjeet, Anand, and Shiv Shankar Mani Tripathi, these two boys. So we are a very small team. We are a team of 12 people who work day and night to take you everywhere in India to hold conferences on very important topics. We try and engage both steel manufacturers and buyers so that ecosystem can be built. Thank you, team. You can, thank you. So JSW team is here. I'd like to please call upon JSW team. Thank you so much. And special thanks to JSW team because ये नहीं होते तो event ही नहीं होता. They are my title sponsor. And let me be little biased for them. Thank you so much, JSW team.
All right, gentlemen, once again, can we give a massive round of applause? Thank you, our title sponsor, as ma'am mentioned. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible. So thank you so much for being so instrumental in putting up this conference for us. Thank you. It means a lot for us. Thank you so much once again.
Yeah, now we will, everyone, your sponsors and exhibitors, please join us for dinner party at second floor pool area at 6:30. What time is it? Okay, so please join us at 6:30. We'll have a dinner party. So please be there. Thank you so much, and do not forget to collect your dinner passes from my team in case you haven't got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you. All right, I request all of you to kindly join us for a group picture. Everyone. Kindly join us, all our guests now, to please join us for a group picture. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Pleasure being a part of such one of its kind conference. And until I all see you again, thank you, Monica ma'am, for the opportunity. And until I see you all again, this is MC Deepika Jain signing off. Thank you.